Chen Zhongwei's mind, which had just calmed down, was filled with fear again. He kept waving his hands as if starfish were crawling all over his body. Xianxia's pupils constricted, and a faint spiritual power spread out from his eyes. Chen Zhongwei immediately stopped moving his limbs and calmed down again. He took a deep breath and said, "I'm sorry. I've lost my composure. When we arrived at Haitian town, the war had not started yet. I heard from the people in the city that the two races had talked for a long time and tried to attack each other a few times. I was afraid that the war was about to start. It was true that the first large-scale attack began on the third day of our arrival." "They're using starfish as weapons?" Elder Yen asked. The rest of the people felt that it was a little funny, and many of them smiled. Chen Zhongwei looked at them and his face darkened, but he didn't mind. He continued, "The sea race used a secret technique to direct the waves, flooding Haitian town. The waves carried a large number of aggressive creatures. The red jellyfish as large as a mountain spewed black poison gas and lightning. The fish monster with 2 hairy hands could even punch, and the most terrifying ones were the green starfish. Each of them had a human face and teeth. They were swept up by the waves and rushed to the defensive formation, biting the power of the defensive barrier with their teeth, eating away at it bit by bit. Everyone's hair stood on end when they heard this. No one laughed anymore, and their faces were all solemn." Chen Zhongwei continued to speak and almost cried. "At that time, the defensive formation was not broken and was still holding on. We just felt disgusted and incredulous when we saw it. After all, it was the first time we came into contact with the sea race. At that time, our team leader even joked that he didn't know how these things would taste like when they were cooked, which made everyone laugh. In just the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the defense of such a huge city was suddenly destroyed. I will never forget that moment. Strange creatures that covered the sky and earth rushed towards us. These creatures were not high level. Those starfish were all 3rd and 4th level existences. The most powerful red jellyfish was only 6th level. There were about 34 of them. How could these things be important to us?" Chen Zhongwei stopped for a second and said with tears in his eyes, "At that time, the lord from Red Moon City, Lord Liao Yongbing, who was originally from Haitian town, and some martial supreme powerhouses gave the order to attack. The morale of the 700-plus people in the city was high. They felt that they should give these sea beasts a taste of their power, so they bravely charged forward. Who knew that the killing would be endless?" Yun Xiao said calmly, "I've exhausted all your primordial energy, and you can't even see the end of it even when your limbs are weak." Chen Zhongwei calmed down and said in surprise, "How did you know?" "I know a lot about these sea clans," Yun Xiao said. "This man-eating starfish belongs to the explosive star clan, and their reproductive ability is amazing. They like to live in groups in the sea and can be seen in many places. A group of explosive stars can be as small as 1 million and as large as 10 billion. Even the royal clans of the 4 seas will have a headache when they encounter a group of hundreds of millions of explosive stars. That's why the Sea Tribe has always been monitoring the supernova clan. If they grow too strong, they'll find ways to cause 2 groups of supernova to kill and devour each other to reduce their threat." Everyone became curious as it was their first time hearing about such things. Guan Xingyang couldn't help but ask, "Don't tell me these explosive stars will kill their own kind?" "There are several levels of star explosion," Yun Xiao explained. "Green is the most common, and most of them are at the 3rd or 4th tier. Other than that, there were red, yellow, and mutated blue ones. The highest level among them was the Type 8 black exploding star, which was also known as the Exploding Star King. There could only be 1 Star Destruction King in each tribe. If 2 of them met, they would definitely fight to the death. The Sea Tribe took advantage of this and tried to control the Star Explosion Tribe that they knew." Chen Zhongwei shook his head with a bitter smile and said, "If you were in Haitian town at that time, perhaps such a tragic thing wouldn't have happened." Everyone was silent, and their hearts were cold. Thinking of the millions or even hundreds of millions of man-eating starfish rushing over, it was as if they were in that situation, and cold sweat kept coming out of their foreheads. When Yun Xiao said that they might be attacked by more than 100,000 sea warriors, they thought it was an exaggeration, but now it seemed that it was not the case at all. Chun Zhongwei felt much better after spitting out the fear in his heart. He had been suppressing it all these days and he was almost going crazy. He continued, I don't remember how long that battle lasted. It was true that my vital chi was exhausted, and my limbs were weak. The people in the same team fell one by one, and the despair spread from the bottom of their hearts. Surrounded by starfish, it felt like you were fighting alone in the vast sea of starfish. Finally, the martial emperor powerhouses realized that something was wrong. At this time, they also had their own differences. Some of them decided to stay, while the others insisted on retreating. The Lord Warrior from Red Moon City insisted on staying, while the Lord of Ocean Sky Town, Lord Liao Yongbing, insisted on retreating. This dispute wasted a lot of precious time and caused many of our comrades to die under the mouths of the starfish. In the end, the Lord of the Red Moon City finally understood that they could no longer fight, so they fought their way out of the siege under the leadership of their martial sovereigns. Who's the one who supports the battle in Red Moon City? Yunxiao asked with a frown. Michael. Chun Zhongwei spat out the words as if they were his enemies. Yunxiao seemed to have heard the name before, but he did not have any impression of it. It was most likely an unknown figure from Red Moon City or the Four Extremes sect. In the beginning, no one had expected the situation to develop like this. Tang Qing had probably only sent a lackey to deal with it. What happened after that? Elder Yen asked. Since you understood the power of the supernova, why did so many people die? After we broke out of the encirclement, there were less than 100 people left from the 700. We retreated more than 30 miles. Michaud immediately reported the situation to Red Moon City. The order from Red Moon City was to take back Haitian Town because it was the first barrier of the continent. If we can't take back the teleportation formation, we can't send a large number of powerhouses over in a short time. Everyone thought that we should find an opportunity to fight our way back. Yunxiao frowned. The teleportation array in Haitian Town is built on the sea. I'm afraid it was destroyed at the beginning of the war. How did you come up with such a low-level decision? It's impossible to take back the teleportation formation that is suspended above the sea. Lord Liao Yongbing said that there is a huge secret room under the mayor's mansion. They have also set up a medium-distance teleportation formation that can reach the nearby cities. Chun Zhongwei smiled bitterly. Old fox. Yunxiao cursed inwardly. It was true that a cunning rabbit had 3 burrows. After the decision was made, a lord of the Biming family went to investigate the situation. Chun Zhongwei said. Wait, Biming family? Yunxiao's eyes flickered. The rest of the people were also surprised and happy. Guan Xingyang said. I didn't think that the Biming family would also come all the way here. As expected of one of the 7 superpowers, this sense of responsibility is unparalleled. The wrinkles on Elder Yan's face also relaxed a little. He said, That's right. With 2 superpowers working together, we'll be much safer. Chun Zhongwei also nodded and said, Fortunately, the Biming family has a few martial sovereigns in charge. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. The martial sovereign from the Biming family and Lord Liao Yongbing sneaked back to Haitian Town and found the teleportation formation. They started to send warriors over. When they returned, the sea race should have already retreated, right? Yunxiao asked. How did you know? Chun Zhongwei was stunned. He suddenly realized that the young man in front of him seemed to be able to predict things like a god. The other members of the Battle Blade team were also looking at Yunxiao curiously, finding that they could not see through the vice-captain more and more. But the more impressive Yunxiao's performance was, the happier they were. Of course not. Yunxiao laughed. How can the people of the sea know how to defend a city? I don't know which stupid bird in the Red Moon City came up with the idea to defend the first line of defense of Haitian Town to the death. If they had retreated to Blazing Light City and the nearby small cities, the casualties would have been greatly reduced. Chun Zhongwei fell into deep thought. He did not know if Yunxiao was right, but at least it was an indisputable fact that their previous strategy had suffered heavy losses. Fortunately, a large number of mortals were sent away due to the tension of the war. After receiving the support of a large number of martial artists from all over the world, we re-established the defense of Haitian Town. This time, Everyone is full of confidence because there are more than 30 martial supreme powerhouses and 2 array masters presiding over the array formation. It is basically impregnable. What happened after that? After waiting for a while, Guan Xingyang couldn't help but ask when Chen Zhongwei didn't say anything. "You're such a big idiot," Elder Yan said. "Of course, we lost the city. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this giant city created by a profound-level weapon." Guan Xingyang was not convinced. He wanted to refute, but he found it was true. He said helplessly, "How was he defeated? With such a powerful defense, those explosive stars shouldn't be able to break in, right?" "As long as there are enough people," Yunxiao said. "There is no city that can't be conquered." Since the oceanic species had used the explosive star clan, no seaside city would be able to stop them. Even if the Sea of Soul formation and the Saint Domain came, the result would be the same. "Brother," Chen Zhongwei looked at Yunxiao and said, "It would be great if you could become one of the main battle decision-makers. You can definitely save many people's lives." Yunxiao shook his head and said, "The key is that human beings know too little about the Sea Tribe, and Tang Qing is just a businessman who only knows how to play with power. He knows nothing about the pros and cons of war. He only knows how to show off and establish his power." Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they were all shocked. Regardless of whether these words were right or wrong, who would dare to say these words in public? If they were heard by the people of Red Moon City, they would definitely be killed. Chen Zhongwei also said, "Little brother, you have extraordinary strength and wisdom. Your future is bright, and you will definitely become a great figure in the future. However, you must remember that trouble comes from the mouth." Yunxiao did not take it seriously, but he knew that the man was doing it for his own good, so he smiled. The members of the Battle Blade team also fell silent, each of them seemingly deep in thought. Everyone knows what happened after that. A large number of powerhouses died, but the starfish were still endless. At that time, everyone finally realized that they could not defend to the death, so they began to retreat. And the saddest thing is that throughout the entire process, other than a few martial sovereigns who rushed out to kill some of the sea race's powerhouses who controlled the tide, the sea race was completely unharmed. Damn it! The person who supports the battle has to take full responsibility. Guan Xingyang angrily punched in the air, which made a slight noise and attracted many eyes. "So, the war has been going on for so long, but you haven't really fought with the sea race?" Yunxiao asked. "Not really," Chen Zhongwei said with embarrassment. "We were chased by the Sea Tribe for more than 10 miles on the day we retreated. After that, we set up camp 30 miles away and began to set up the teleportation formation. However, we were once again ambushed by the oceanic species experts, and the entire human race was defeated. Thus, we retreated into this huge city." Everyone's mood suddenly became extremely heavy. Originally, when they saw the mighty team, they thought that victory was just a piece of cake. Now, it turned out that they had been defeated again and again, and almost all of them had collapsed. An indescribable depression emerged in everyone's heart, and their faces were all gloomy. Yunxiao, on the other hand, looked as calm as ever. He had guessed that they would be defeated all the way, but he did not expect it to be so miserable, and that the sea race had almost come out of it without shedding a drop of blood. Who provided this giant city? The city that was derived from a profound-level weapon was very high-end. Obviously, it was not something that ordinary people could take out. There should be strong people in the city. Judging from the previous war, Tang Qing was probably restless in the Red Moon City. If the front line collapsed, it would be difficult for him to sit firmly in the position of the city lord of the Red Moon City. "I'm just a small fry. I don't know much about this." Chen Zhongwei shook his head and smiled bitterly. "Damn it, this is such a trap. Aren't we here to die? I'm not going to participate in this war anymore," Teshida said angrily. The rest of the people were also restless. The situation was so bad. Who would still work hard? They were only after the money. They had no intention of throwing their lives away. "Hee. You're not participating? Do you think you can leave after coming here?" Chen Zhongwei said sarcastically. "If I could choose not to participate, would I still be here?" "What do you mean?" Elder Yan asked. Don't tell me we're not allowed to withdraw halfway. Chen Zhongwei's eyes were filled with hatred and said, anyone who escapes in the middle of the journey will be hunted down and killed. This time, everyone's expression changed drastically, and even the air they breathed in felt cold. What? Do you think you've been tricked? Chen Zhongwei sneered. Haha, these people won't reason with you. If you're obedient, you might be able to live, but if you don't listen to your orders, you'll die without a doubt. When Yunxiao saw that everyone was filled with anger, he could not help but say, I agree with this point. Everyone is here to help in the war. No matter what your purpose is, since you're here, you have to do a good job. If you can gain something from it, then stay. If you can't gain anything, then leave. How can we fight this war? Even though that was the truth, everyone still couldn't suppress their anger and pessimism. My friend, I can see that your views and analysis are very original. What do you think about this war? Chen Zhongwei asked. Do we have any hope of winning? I can't make a judgment on this matter for the time being, Yunxiao said thoughtfully. Unless the higher-ups of the two races come forward to negotiate and mediate, I'm afraid there will be a long stalemate. Now that Xiao Hong had fused with his Agarine, it was impossible for her to hand it over. Thus, it had to be someone from the sea race who gave up. The difficulty of this could be imagined. Chen Zhongwei looked disappointed and sighed. I wonder if I can survive until the moment I leave. He looked at Yunxiao and said, I don't have a team now. I'm afraid I will soon be assigned to another team. Friend, can your team accept me? Isn't the maximum number of people to be teleported to the team? Yunxiao asked. There are only 20 people in the team, right? Otherwise, wouldn't we have to split up during the teleportation? We don't need to teleport anymore. As long as we are willing to do so and submit the request to the higher-ups, we can form new teams. The higher-ups won't care as long as we don't run away or resist orders. Chen Zhongwei smiled bitterly. All right. Yunxiao nodded and said, in that case, the Battle Blade Squad welcomes you. Chen Zhongwei's face lit up. He did not know why, but he felt that Yunxiao was very reliable, and his chances of survival would be much higher if he followed such a man. He took out the supreme-grade primordial stones he had taken earlier and was about to return them to Yunxiao, but Yunxiao refused to accept them. Everyone felt that the cost of the 100,000 supreme-grade primordial stones was worth it, so they abandoned their fantasies and became even more vigilant. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, two war drums sounded in the air. One green and one yellow. Two rings of light vibrated. Not good. There's an enemy. Sound the war drum twice. All the captains and vice-captains are to go to the city wall to fight the enemy, Chen Zhongwei said. As expected, there were many people rising up from the square and flying towards the city wall. A beam of yellow light landed in front of the Warblade team. Liang Yuanji appeared and said anxiously, There's a war going on. Li Feiyang, come with me. After he finished speaking, he turned into a ray of light and flew towards the city wall. You stay here, Yunxiao said solemnly. Don't go anywhere. Every team leader is to maintain order. After he finished speaking, he also chased after them and directly landed on the city wall. The city wall was more than 30 meters wide, enough to fight on it. It was also the last barrier for the enemy to break through the defense line. If the city wall fell, it would be the end of everything. Yunxiao stood directly beside Liang Yuanji and looked ahead like everyone else. He saw a large number of shadows of the Sea tribe appearing in the distance, coming toward them with a murderous aura. All kinds of flags were raised high, painted with all kinds of strange creatures, more than 100 of them. Yunxiao's heart grew heavy. Although there were many races of the sea race, only a limited number of them were suitable for fighting on land. Now, more than 100 of them had gathered, which proved that the other party must have come prepared. The atmosphere on the city wall gradually grew tense, and many people's faces flickered with excitement. They were all warriors who had come with Yunxiao, and they had no idea how fierce the war was. Yunxiao looked up at the tower of the main city, and sure enough, there were many martial sovereigns gathered there. Suddenly, his spiritual sense froze slightly, as if it had hit an invisible wall, unable to move forward. He was taken aback, and his pupils constricted. The only person who could block his divine sense was a 9th-tier alchemist on the city tower. The 3rd floor of the main city tower was the place where all the experts gathered. They were all nervously looking at the approaching sea race team. An old man was sitting on a luxurious chair, wearing a huge skull ring on his hand. Suddenly, he gave a soft cry of surprise, and his brows furrowed as he glanced in Yunxiao's direction. When Yunxiao's divine sense touched the invisible wall, it rippled like a calm lake, and a surging force chased in the direction of his divine sense. The other party had discovered his existence and was trying to find out who it was. Humph! Yunxiao snorted coldly. His spiritual power began to spin rapidly in the distance, turning into an invisible vortex that sucked in the tracking power. Then he made a hand seal, and a red light flashed in his eyes. He immediately cut off the traces of his divine sense. By the time the tracking force came out of the dissipating vortex, it had already lost its target. It could only rush in the direction it had come from for a few hundred meters, checking everyone on the city wall one by one, and finally returning without any results. Apart from Yunxiao, the warriors on the city wall naturally did not know that all their details had been clearly scanned by the powerful divine sense just now. How is that possible? The old man with the huge skull ring on the main city tower was shocked and stood up from his chair. Master Luo Tian, what's wrong? Ning Huaishu, a councilman of the Red Moon City, was sitting in the main seat in the center. He looked at Luo Tian, a 9th-tier great alchemist, with a heavy look in his eyes. Everyone turned their eyes away from the front and looked at the world-renowned great alchemist. Master, did you discover something? An old man said slowly. He was Fuichuan, who had been chasing Yunxiao before, and he had also come to help with 5 hall masters. As Yunxiao had expected, Tang Qing could no longer sit still after the defeat in the battle between the sea and the sky. After losing 3,000 warriors, he could not even figure out the strength of the Sea Tribe, which almost drove him crazy. The entire front line was almost in a state of collapse. He could no longer care about scheming and scheming. He had sent all his trusted aides to the battlefield. At this moment, the number of high-level martial sovereigns above Tier 7 in the giant city had reached as many as 12. At this moment, everyone's idea was to suppress the war at all costs and never expand it to the inland. However, in the face of the sea race's unparalleled numerical advantage, it was useless no matter how many high-level martial sovereigns there were. There must be enough martial artists to participate in the fight together. Therefore, the deployment of logistics was getting tighter and tighter. The promises made to the individual martial artists were getting higher and higher, and the mobilization orders to the various sects of the eastern region were getting more urgent. Luo Tian was a world-renowned great alchemist in the Sea of Soul Formation, and he would never frown even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him. But now, he had stood up in such a disgraceful manner, which made everyone's heart tighten. After a moment of shock, Luo Tian regained his calm expression and sat back in his chair. He asked, "Are there any other 9th-tier alchemists in the city?" "Only Master Luo Tian and Master Zhuangsheng." Ning Huaishu was taken aback for a moment before he said, "There are no more 9th-tier alchemists." Zhuangsheng was a 9th-tier alchemist of Red Moon City, and he had also been dispatched to help. Zhuangsheng also felt very strange. He looked at Luo Tian in confusion and said, "Brother Luo Tian, why do you ask?" Luo Tian pointed in Yunxiao's direction and said, "Just now, someone used their soul to investigate in that direction and I caught it. Just as I was about to track the source of that soul, he actually created a large mental storm that sucked in my soul. By the time I came out, that person had already disappeared." "What?" This time, everyone was greatly shocked. They all looked at each other in disbelief. "Brother Luo Tian, are you mistaken?" Zhuangsheng asked. As a 9th-tier alchemist, it was impossible for him to make such a mistake. But what Luo Tian said was so unbelievable that he could not help but ask. As for the others, although they also had the same idea, no one dared to ask, for it was disrespectful to an alchemy master. "What do you think, Brother Zhuangsheng?" Luo Tian smiled indifferently. Zhuangsheng shook his head repeatedly, knowing that he had been a little rude. The other expert from the Red Moon City, Ning Kongjin, could not help but say, It's not unusual for a strong man to hide his cultivation in the crowd. Last time, there was a martial supreme who only revealed his strength during the fight. He was a 3-star martial supreme. But it's hard to believe that a 9th-tier alchemist is mixed in the crowd. Ning Huaishu frowned, afraid that Luo Tian would be unhappy. Since Master Luo Tian has said so, then it's naturally not wrong. No matter what this person's purpose is, at least it's beneficial to us. Everyone nodded, but they still didn't believe it. Regarding the invasion of the sea race this time, did the two masters notice any clues? Ning Huaishu asked. Xianxia said, I've taken a rough look. There are as many as 8 high-level martial sovereigns in the Sea Tribe. In addition, there are more than 40 martial sovereigns in the 9 heavens. Their strength is definitely not below ours. As long as we don't have those boundless low-level sea beasts, we don't have to be afraid of a battle. One of the martial emperor powerhouses said angrily. He looked as if he was gritting his teeth. It was me, Gaoyang, who had been the main fighter, and Liao Yongbing was beside him with a worried face. If that's all we have, Luo Tian said, we don't have to worry since we're far from the sea and we have the skyscraping city. It's just that I don't think the sea race is planning to attack the city. Instead, they're planning to settle down. Ning Huaishu raised his eyebrows and said, Oh, Anza? Could it be that they want to go against us? I don't know, Luo Tian said. Although they're coming in a menacing manner, they don't have much killing intent, and their speed is getting slower and slower. It's harmful for them to settle down here, so they must have some backup plan. Ning Huaishu said worriedly, Their current strength is enough to fight us if they still have a backup plan. He asked the person behind him worriedly, What's the matter? Why don't I see young Master Leifeng here? Young Master Biming Leifeng has already made it clear that they won't participate in the war, but they can help in times of danger. The man behind him quickly replied. Ning Huaishu nodded and said, Young Master Leifeng is the most outstanding junior of the Biming family. We are indeed unable to dispatch him. However, if the skyscraping city is in a state of emergency, we will definitely not give up. With the addition of the experts of the Biming family, we still have the upper hand. Xianxia frowned. Those people from the Biming family seem to be plotting something. They're not fighting, but they're not leaving either. I don't know what they're thinking. Lord Huaishu should consider them as little as possible to avoid overestimating our strength. You're right, Ning Huaishu said. In the current situation, do you think we should continue to wait and see, or take the initiative to attack? If we take the initiative to attack, we can mess up the enemy's deployment, but we will lose the defensive advantage of the sky-rising city. If we continue to observe, I'm afraid the situation will not be good. Everyone hesitated, unable to make a decision. Luo Tian chuckled. This matter is simple. We just have to keep sending people to launch surprise attacks. First, we can disturb their arrangements. Second, we can test their strength. Not bad. This is a good plan. Who's willing to lead a flying raid? Ning Huaishu was overjoyed. The people in the hall looked at each other, but no one said a word. Ning Huaishu looked displeased and said, How about this? Master Mi Gaoyang and Liao Yongbing, you two will have to do the hard work. You two are the ones who know the most about the Sea Tribe, so you two are the most suitable to go. You can also take revenge. Their expressions changed slightly. They wanted to refuse but didn't dare to. Ning Huaishu waved his hand and said, The two of you will lead 4 groups of level 2 teams, a total of 80 people. We will go out through the teleportation array and catch them off guard. It would be best if we can lead those sea race people to the city. We will open the restrictions of the giant city and kill them. We will follow your orders, my lord. The two of them had already cursed Ning Huaishu 100 times in their hearts. It's best to choose the new forces, Xianxia said. I can see that they're all full of fighting spirit. The two of them naturally understood. They looked at each other and left to receive the order. Master Luo Tian, Ning Huaishu said, Not only are your techniques shocking, but you're also extremely intelligent. If you can stay and help me, you'll definitely be able to force these sea people to retreat. I'm only here to follow Lord Lu Congzi's orders to set up the skyscraping city, Luo Tian said indifferently. This is also a deal between City Lord Tang and my Sea of Soul formation. Now that I've accomplished my mission, I'll be leaving tomorrow. Ning Huaishu said unwillingly. After all, this is a war between two races. Lord All Heaven, please. Luo Tian immediately raised his hand and interrupted. I still have important matters to attend to, and Lord Huaishu is enough here. Ning Huaishu secretly sighed in pity. He knew that he could not force her to stay, so he did not mention it again. On the city wall, all the team leaders were watching and discussing. It was the first time for most of them to come into contact with so many members of the sea race, so they were very curious and excited. The huge team was lined up in front of them, as if they were divided according to their races. They were in various camps, spreading out on the ground in a radius of 100 miles, taking up everyone's sight. Brother Feiyang, what makes you think that the marine race is going to set up camp on the spot and not attack them directly? Liang Yuanji asked in disbelief. Yunxiao smiled faintly but did not explain. Liang Yuanji laughed bitterly in his heart. He knew that this person was extremely intelligent and capable. Since he was unwilling to say, there was nothing he could do about it. Furthermore, these were matters of the higher-ups, and there was nothing he could do even if he knew. He could only change the topic and ask, if that's the case, what should we do? Yunxiao narrowed his eyes and said, it's obviously inappropriate to give up the giant city and take the initiative to fight. But, if we let the sea race finish their preparations, I'm afraid it will be troublesome. If I were Ning Huaishu, I would definitely send small teams to attack continuously and disrupt their plans. Then, I would wait for an opportunity to strike. Liang Yuanji nodded his head as he listened. He felt that it made sense. Suddenly, the sounds of fighting could be heard from the left side of the sea race's team. It seemed to have fallen into chaos. Eh? Yunxiao looked surprised. His divine sense was strong enough to penetrate the enemy's camp, and he found the source of the chaos in the camp at once, as well as Liao Yongbing, who was trapped in it. It seems like Ning Huaishu has some intelligence. He laughed involuntarily. What's wrong? Liang Yuanji asked. His divine sense wasn't enough to discover the cause of the change in front of him. With just a glance, he could see a flash of light on the left side. It seemed like a fight had started. He waited for a while, but Yunxiao did not answer. He suddenly felt bored and angry, so he stopped asking and began to watch carefully. At this moment, there was a commotion on the city walls as everyone began to discuss this. They had all guessed that it was their own side that had attacked, and their eyes shone with excitement. Soon, the attackers began to retreat after a round of fighting. They had chosen the weaker races to teleport over and caught their opponents off guard. One of the sea race martial sovereigns was even killed on the spot. The disadvantage of the sea race was that they lacked alchemists, and no one had the powerful divine sense that could directly investigate the giant city. This was also one of the reasons why they did not dare to attack. Moreover, there were too many soldiers of the sea race, and they were all in their own positions. They lacked an effective unified management, and the front line was extremely long. It was only after Liao Yongbing and the others had killed a bunch of them that the central camp discovered it, and they immediately sent out a large number of experts to chase after them. Bang! A man with a cold expression in the main camp of the sea race tribe directly smashed the table into pieces. He said in shock and anger, more than half of the leg-stepping turtle tribe was killed by more than 100 humans, and you even let them escape. Do you all eat shit? There were 2 rows of different-looking marine race experts standing below. The fat one was like a big round meatball, and the short one only reached the knee of an ordinary human. Everyone had a solemn expression and didn't dare to make a sound. Lord Guangxing, please calm down. I've already ordered my clansmen to pursue them. A blue and white sea tribe member with a pointy head and 2 tentacles at the corner of his mouth said, our sea tribe's warriors are too large, and they will inevitably find a loophole. It's better to directly attack the city. Guangxing looked at him with a gloomy face and said coldly, directly attack the city? That city is formed from an astonishing profound weapon. Just the city walls alone are comparable to the defense of a 7th-tier profound weapon. It's still unknown how many strong practitioners there are in the city, so tell me how we should attack it by force. We, the Strength Whale clan, have never been afraid of death, the man said unhappily. Guangxing said coldly, Commander Strength Whale, I understand what you mean. Everyone here is an expert of the Sea Tribe, who is afraid of death. But he couldn't die in vain. Previously, under the scheme of that Ruinxiang of the North Sea, I used the Star Explosion clan to attack the city and won. Now that he's gone, if I suffer a great defeat next, where will I, Guangxing, have my face? Where would the face of the East Ocean be? The short commander of the Ugly Fish clan said, Lord Guangxing is right. We're far away from the East Sea now, and we don't have enough supplies behind us. We must open the space channel and mobilize those overbearing giant beasts to open the way for us. This way, we can minimize the losses of victory. Guangxing nodded and said, Although this method is similar to Ruinxiang's, it is extremely effective. We must play to our strengths and avoid our weaknesses. What the Sea Tribe lacks are alchemists and profound-level weapons, but what they have in abundance are countless sea beasts. The Ugly Fish Tribe's commander proposed a plan. Since our main focus is to mobilize the deep-sea giant beasts, then we don't have to worry about low-level existences like the Foot Turtle Tribe. However, it's always a disgrace to be constantly ambushed by humans. Why don't we send them to attack the city by force? First, they can die with honor so that they won't die from being ambushed. Second, we can investigate the true strength of this giant city. And third, we can cover up our true goal. What does Lord Guangxing think? Guangxing's eyes lit up and he laughed. Ha! That's right. Commander Ugly Fish is indeed unparalleled in wisdom and courage. He immediately gave the order, Gather all tribes below Grade B and attack the city. This matter would be the responsibility of the 3 commanders of the Ugly Fish, the Strength Whale, and the Devil Otters. The rest of you, cooperate with the opening of the space channel. Yes, everyone replied in a deep voice, and a stern expression flashed across their faces. Most of the sea race were warlike and cruel existences. The laws of survival in the sea were much crueler than on the continent, and every expert had fought their way out from countless blood. In the Sea Tribe's division, those below Class B did not have a martial emperor in their ranks. They were basically cannon fodder. This time, more than 100 races suitable for land combat were temporarily mobilized, and most of them were below B class. After the order was passed down, they began to move on a large scale. Liao Yongbing and the other 80 people attacked the Foot Turtle Tribe and quickly fled towards the giant city. It took a while for the sea race to react, and the first to pursue them were the sea anemone and conch race. The 2 races had thousands of people, and they directly rushed out from the long battle line. After running for a few thousand meters, the Sea Tribe caught up with the weakest of them. They looked back from time to time and saw a large group of people. Some of them were covered in long hair like flowers, but when they looked closely, they had tentacles as thick as needles. There was also a group with a shell on their back and a head that looked like a parrot. Their strange appearances were secondary. What really frightened them was that the 2 sea race experts at the front were actually 9 heavens martial sovereigns. The last few people broke out in a cold sweat and ran for their lives, but the distance between them was still getting smaller and smaller. Finally, they began to cry for help, and their cries could be heard from the front. Michaud furrowed his brows and pretended not to hear him as he continued to run. Liao Yongbing's face was also gloomy. He was not willing to take the risk to save people, but at this moment, there were countless experts in the giant city watching, so it was not good to play dead. He took the time to look back and saw that they were already far away from the Sea Tribe army. Although the pursuing troops were mighty, the 2 strongest among them were only low-level martial sovereigns. He thought for a while and finally said loudly, "Don't panic. You guys run. I'll cover you." He suddenly stopped, and the dozens of people from the 2 teams flew past him one by one. They all had grateful expressions. "Lord Yongbing, thank you, please take care." The last few martial artists were so touched that they almost cried. They thanked him repeatedly, but they didn't slow down at all. Instead, they sped up. They would be safe as long as they surpassed Liao Yongbing. It's fine, Liao Yongbing said righteously. Hurry back to the city. I'll take care of this. He took a step forward, and a snow-white saber suddenly fell out of his hand. A white light flashed in the air, and he slashed at the thousands of soldiers. The sea anemone commander at the front was shocked and hurriedly stopped in its tracks. Its body flew in the air, and countless tentacles danced with it. The blade light swept across and broke dozens of them. A flash of panic appeared in the eyes of the conch commander. He turned around and the blade light struck the conch shell on his body with a bang. A crack immediately appeared and the shell shattered. After the two commanders suffered a loss, they were both furious. One of them stepped forward in the air, and the tentacles on his body stabbed in all directions like steel needles. The air was filled with the swish, swish, swish sound of wind breaking. The other turned around after resisting the saber light. A silver steel fork appeared in his hand, and he pierced through the air. Liao Yongbing snorted coldly. The snow blade in his hand slashed out 3 moves in a row, and he slowly retreated in the air. Bang! 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 The 3 blade glints all struck the steel needles that filled the sky, and they all broke. Liao Yongbing was different from the other martial artists. He lived in Haitian Town all year round, so he knew a little about the sea race. These 2 low-level martial sovereigns were not his match to begin with, let alone out to the sea, so his strength would be even more reduced. He didn't panic as he once again moved his blade forward and directly blocked the conch commander's silver steel fork. Bang! A light spark appeared. The impact of the other's attack was extremely strong, forcing him to retreat in the air. The conch commander's sharp eyes looked as if it wanted to swallow the other party. The essence force fluctuations on its body continued to increase. The 2 of them were almost stuck together as they turned into a beam of light and rushed towards the giant city. Liao Yongbing's expression was cold and he revealed a mocking expression, but he was secretly happy. He didn't really want to fight to the death with these 2 people. He just wanted to complete the task of bringing up the rear. Moreover, the closer he was to the towering sky city, the safer he would be. Therefore, he showed weakness under the saber and forced the other party to use all their strength to send him on his way. Suddenly, a soft voice that seemed to come from far away entered his ears. Let's go! An expert is coming! Liao Yongbing's body trembled, and his face fell. He knew that the voice belonged to Yunxiao as soon as he heard it. Was Yunxiao in the city? He immediately recalled what Master Luotian had said about a 9th-tier alchemist among those teams. Could he be the one? A series of question marks appeared in his mind. At the same time, he raised his head and looked behind the conch commander. Only the sea anemone commander was in hot pursuit. The thousands of soldiers behind him were far behind. But Yunxiao was on his side, so there was no need for him to lie to him. Besides, he had always been a cautious man. One cold blade. Bang! The snow blade suddenly glowed with white light. A violent essence force exploded and directly sent the conch commander flying into the sky. He borrowed the force of the rebound and rushed more than 10 meters. Then, he displayed his body technique and turned into several afterimages in the sky as he flew towards the giant city. The moment the afterimage appeared, a black circle appeared in the sky, crackling with lightning. A bolt of lightning struck where Liao Yongbing had been standing. Boom! The lightning flashed and swept across the sky, destroying several afterimages. Liao Yongbing only felt a terrifying force rolling into his body. His body was numbed by the electricity, and he lost all feeling. A black snake-like creature slowly appeared where the lightning fell. Its body twisted a few times and turned into a human. It extended its right hand, and a black lightning shot out from the palm of its hand. Liao Yongbing was scared out of his wits when he lost all feeling in his body. He bit the tip of his tongue so hard that a few of his teeth were broken. Only then did he regain control of his body and turn to escape. Bang! Bang! The black lightning ball exploded behind him, forming a black lightning vortex in the air, devouring everything around it. Even the conch and the sea anemone commander, who were carefully watching from the side, had a change in expression as they hurriedly resisted the devouring power. As soon as Liao Yongbing turned into a ray of light, he was stopped by the suction of the lightning. In his shock, he hurriedly cast a few incantations into the treasured saber. The snow-white saber suddenly turned red. He waved his hand and slashed behind him. The pulling force was broken at once. He did not dare to turn back and turned into a light to escape. The snow saber was held in front of him, cutting through the air. "Humph! You bastard!" The black marine race expert flashed and disappeared in the air. The next moment, he appeared above Liao Yongbing and shot out another black thunderbolt. Liao Yongbing's face turned pale with fear. The snow blade turned red again, and the blade suddenly became huge as it slashed in the air. Bang! 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 The red blade kept making explosions under the lightning and was dyed black. The power of the lightning hit Liao Yongbing's body and sent him flying back dozens of meters. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Before his body could stop, he turned around and fled with his saber. "Humph! Are all humans so cowardly and useless?" A sneer and cruel sneer appeared on the face of the black marine race expert. His figure flashed, leaving behind a few arcs of lightning as he disappeared into the sky. If one looked closely, they would discover a black light as thin as a strand of hair shuttling through the sky. It was so fast that it was difficult to recognize it. Just as the black lightning was about to catch up with Liao Yongbing, another lightning bolt came and hit the black lightning. Boom, boom, boom. The two colors of lightning intertwined with each other. Like the yin and yang fish of Tai Chi, the entire sky was swept up by these two forces, and the clouds changed color, turning dark and gloomy. Boom! With another clap of thunder, the two bolts of lightning turned into a dense net that spread out in the sky and devoured each other. The two colors of lightning corroded each other for a while, and suddenly human figures appeared, each of them making a move. The body of the black-clad marine race expert was abnormally weak. He was twisted like a fried dough twist, and lightning flashed on his body. He let out a strange cry and slapped down with his palm. 5 small thunderballs condensed on his 5 fingers. They were connected together and slashed out with the wind from his palm. Within the green lightning, a man in a long robe had a serious expression on his face. He crossed his hands in front of him, and suddenly, 2 bolts of lightning turned into sharp blades. They jumped like flames and went forward to meet the attack. Bang! Bang! As if heavenly thunder was rumbling, the 2 colored lightning collided and shook each other. The sky turned into 2 distinct colors, and it gradually disappeared after a long time. There was no upper or lower. "Human, what is your name?" The black-robed oceanic species expert stared at the long-robed man for a while before he slowly said, "You have the right to make me remember your name." "Zhang Tao Tao," the long-robed man replied indifferently. "All right, I'll remember that. I am the commander of the Ghost Eel Clan, and I will take your life today." The Ghost Eel Clan's commander's eyes were filled with killing intent. Black lightning bolts started to push around him, and his aura became stronger than before. Zhang Tao Tao frowned and said coldly, "I'm not interested." He turned around and turned into a bolt of lightning, flying toward the city. Liao Yongbing was already under the city, so he was 100% safe. There was no need for him to waste time with this ugly thing. As for the classification of the Sea Tribe, he had previously used the word saber. Now, he felt that it was somewhat inappropriate, but since it had already been defined in this way, he could only continue to use it. As soon as Zhang Tao Tao left, the Ghost Eel Commander was immediately angered, and it turned into a black light and chased after him. The Conch and the Sea Anemone clan followed closely behind, but the difference in speed was too great, and the distance was widened in an instant. After seeing Liao Yongbing enter the city, Zhang Tao Tao immediately rushed up to the city wall. Soon after, a sharp golden light shot out from the main building and slashed at the black light. Swish! The golden light directly cut the black lightning into 2 halves. The lightning suddenly stopped, and the 2 black lights gathered again, slowly revealing the true body of the Ghost Eel Commander. However, its face was full of anger, and it looked at the main building of the giant city with some fear. "Lord Huai Shu, can you send me down to kill this eel?" A burly man in armor stood in the main building with a huge sword in front of him. He was the one who had attacked just now, Xianxia, one of the 5 hall masters of the 4 extreme sect. Everyone was leaning against the building, looking down with cold expressions. Liao Yongbing, in particular, had yet to come back to his senses and was filled with fear. However, everyone's attitude towards him changed from cold to full of admiration, while they looked at Michaud with disdain. This made Michael extremely angry. He had risked his life to launch a sneak attack and achieved a miraculous effect. Not only did he not receive recognition, but he also received all kinds of disdainful looks. However, these were all big shots, so he didn't dare to show his anger. He could only suppress it in his heart. Liao Yongbing, on the other hand, was different. As soon as he came back, he was immediately treated by great alchemist Zhuangsheng and the concern of all the lords. He was even given a 9th-tier medicinal pill that could increase his essence force. But what he did not know was that Liao Yongbing had sworn 1,000 times in his heart that he would never be such a hero again. If Yunxiao had not sent him a voice transmission in time, he would have been killed on the front line, and he was very grateful to Yunxiao. Jiang Tao Tao said, "This person's thunderbolt magical power is not to be underestimated. His cultivation is half a level lower than mine, but he can actually fight me to a draw. Moreover, it's in the sky. It seems that not all the sea race's strength will be reduced after leaving the sea." Luo Tian observed for a while and said, "This sea race is born with thunder-type magical powers. Lord Tao Tao has cultivated it after birth. Naturally, he can't compare to them. This person is afraid of him now, but Lord Zhan Xiong acted too early and didn't manage to lure him to the city. It's a pity." Ren Zhanxiong's face showed a hint of displeasure. "Master Luo Tian, you're wrong. Even if you send me down now, I can still keep him here." His large hand gripped the huge sword, and a wave of origin power fluctuation shook it away. Luo Tian smiled and said, "It's not this person's problem. My plan is to lure this person and the 2 sea tribes behind him to the city. Then, all the martial artists in the city will attack and instantly annihilate them." Ning Huaishu was shocked. "All the martial artists in the city are attacking? If we just wanted to destroy these scums, we could have just triggered the defense mechanism of the Sky Rising City. Why would we need to go through so much trouble and expose the strength of our clan?" No, Luo Tian shook his head and said, "The real thing and the fake thing are the only things that can make the other party lose track of the direction. More importantly, a citywide attack can give all cultivators a great boost in morale and confidence, sweeping away the dispirited feelings of successive defeats. I believe that this is more important than killing the 1,000 people in front of us." Ren Zhanxiong looked a little ashamed and said, "So that's how it is. It seems that I've really ruined things." Luo Tian smiled. "It doesn't matter. The people of the Sea Tribe have more courage than intelligence. As long as we let them curse together, they will definitely not be able to hold back and charge over." Soon, the order was passed down, and all the martial artists on the city wall began to curse. At the same time, the order to prepare for battle was also passed down. As long as the members of the sea race were within 10,000 meters of the city, the entire city would charge down and kill them. "Trash, come at me if you have the guts. If you don't, then go back to your mother's womb." "Man, they don't have a mother's womb. Most of them are oviparous." "Then go back to your mother's egg. All of you are so weird. I've seen ugly people, but I've never seen anyone as ugly as you." "That's right. It looks ugly at first glance, but it's even uglier when you look closely." In the distance, the members of the Sea Tribe stopped behind the ghost eel commander and began to scream. The experts of the sea anemone tribe straightened their tentacles, while the snail tribe made a strange, sharp cry with their sharp mouths, expressing their extreme anger. The commander of the sea anemone race stepped forward and said, "Commander Ghost Eel, shall we kill our way over? These human martial artists have gone too far. They even cursed my father, who died more than 100 years ago." The ghost eel commander's face was dark, and no expression could be seen. However, the power fluctuations that were constantly emitted from his body showed that it was extremely difficult for him to calm down. The commander of the snail race was also trembling with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "These humans dare to call us parrots. I'm going to tear their mouths apart. This is the humans' way of goading you," the ghost eel commander said slowly. "They're deliberately scolding you so that you'll rush to your deaths. Even if I have to die, I'll tear their mouths apart." The conch commander was furious. The ghost eel commander looked up at him and said, "The brave can be fearless, and the wise can be calm. You all lack that calmness. You all need to grow some brains. Don't fall for the swan and I really admire your mother for giving birth to that black eel. Why didn't I close my legs when I just gave birth to a head and squeeze you to death, so that you wouldn't have to come here to harm others?" A clear and hearty curse exploded in the sky. That person had obviously used a sound wave martial technique. His voice reverberated for 10,000 miles, and everyone could hear it clearly. The people on the city wall went silent for a moment. Everyone was stunned by the curse and turned to look at the handsome young man. Liang Yuanji was also stunned as he looked at Yunxiao in shock. He had not expected him to curse so viciously. All the martial emperor powerhouses in the main building were stunned. Then, the entire skyscraping city burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! The sky was filled with endless ridicule. The dark face of the ghost eel commander suddenly turned green, and its facial features were all twisted. The black lightning on its body directly soared into the sky, and it roared, "Kill! Kill! Kill! Kill all of these human scum! Kill! Charge!" The morale of the sea anemones and the conch race was immediately boosted. Their anger soared to the sky as they all flew up. Like a black plague of locusts, they charged towards the city tower. Luo Tian smiled and praised. "Beautifully scolded. I saw that the ghost eel commander didn't seem to be moved, so I was worried that this goading method wouldn't work. Everyone just focus on the 3 martial sovereigns. As for the rest of the minions, let our martial artists vent their depression from before." Ning Huaishu also stroked his beard and laughed. "This group of little rascals, their strength is not good enough, but their curses are ruthless enough." Liao Yangbing's face twitched. Although the sound and color of the curse had been deliberately changed, he could still tell that it was Yunxiao. It seemed that Yunxiao was indeed on the city gate tower, and he could not help but be overjoyed. All the warriors in the city are ready. The sea race has already arrived at the city. Let's kill our way out of the city together. Ning Huaishu's voice reverberated throughout the entire skyscraping city. The war drum was struck 3 times, and 3 rays of green, yellow, and red light bloomed one by one. All the team leaders stood guard on the city wall, while the vice leaders led the teams out of the city to kill the enemies. Yunxiao flew back to the team in a flash and said, "Follow me out of the city to kill the enemy." The members of the Battle Blade team were shocked. Chun Zhongwei even trembled and said in fear, They're coming." The rest of the people were also afraid. After all, they had heard about the situation of the previous battle. They had been defeated again, and every time they fought, they would die. "Don't worry," Yunxiao said with a smile. "This is just an appetizer." "What's an appetizer?" Chun Zhongwei was still trembling in fear. Yunxiao glanced at the crowd and said, "Don't worry, I won't harm anyone. But since I'm here, I have to contribute to the war between the 2 races." He looked at the martial artists that were soaring into the sky and said, "If we're late, we'll be invincible and can be killed. Humph, they're just ignorant and fearless. But that's good. I don't have to be afraid if I die." Yunxiao's face flickered, and 2 sharp beams of light shot out of his eyes toward Chun Zhongwei, scaring him so much that he backed off and knocked into the city wall. It was as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast that could easily take his life at any time. His entire body trembled as he said in fear, What are you doing? Fighting is forbidden here, or no one can save you." "The Battle Blade team doesn't need trash," Yunxiao said word by word. "If you stay here, you might be able to keep your life. But what you've lost is your martial Tao and your heart of a strong man. Those who are not trash follow me. Let's go." Yunxiao cried out as he turned into a beam of light and shot out of the city. The expressions of the members of the Battle Blade team changed. as if they had been triggered by something. The team leaders exchanged glances with each other before nodding firmly. Group 5, follow me. Guan Xingyang shouted. The red-haired man also followed closely and shouted, Group 6, follow me. The rest of the groups also followed. Elder Yen looked at Chun Zhongwei, stretched his back lazily, put away his pipe, and flew away. All 18 of them left in an instant. At the same time, the entire city was almost empty. Only a few of them seemed to be unmoved. They were wandering around the city. They had also experienced the previous battle and were too afraid to go out. Chun Zhongwei's face turned pale. He trembled as he looked at the few wily old foxes who were hiding in the city. Yunxiao's words kept echoing in his ears, and each word pierced his heart, making it difficult for him to calm down. My martial arts, my heart of the strong, is full of pride. Without the heart of the strong, what's the point of keeping my life? Wait for me, Lord Feiyang, he suddenly shouted. He turned into a ray of light and chased after it. Outside the sky-towering city, the battle cries were deafening. The two races soon collided with each other. The entire sky and land were in chaos, with all kinds of battle cries and rumbles. The scene was too shocking, and it was the first time for most of the people to experience it. In addition, the war drums on the city gate tower thundered, and the earth shook. Their blood was immediately set on fire. The entire sky was filled with the tentacles of the anemone race. They were in clusters, each tensed up. From a distance, it looked like a field of cotton. A large number of tentacles had been cut off and scattered in the sky. It was a hazy scene. Yunxiao took out a bronze beast mask and put it on his face, controlling his strength to be at the level of an 8-stars martial supreme. At the same time, he took out an 8th-grade saber and followed Liang Yuanji to fight. Liang Yuanji was stunned for a moment and asked in surprise, Brother Feiyang, what's with your mask? I'm too handsome, Yunxiao said. I don't have any killing intent, so I'm wearing this. He retracted his saber and touched his hair. TSK, Lord Feiyang is indeed a fair-faced young man. He's much fiercer now. Elder Yen also brought 2 men and rushed in, he praised. Although the whole scene was chaotic, there was order in the chaos. The humans were all in small teams and small groups to take care of each other. But the sea race was really in a mess. They quickly gained an overwhelming advantage. Out of the corner of his eye, Yunxiao saw Chun Zhongwei come in and fight. Then, he glanced at the top of the main city tower, intentionally or unintentionally, and smiled in his heart as he continued to kill his enemies. The speed of his blade was extremely fierce. It was wide and without any pattern. Every time it hit the shell of the snail tribe, the blade light would break through the shell. This was a firm and fierce fighting style, and it looked like the control of strength was very unstable, sometimes weak and sometimes strong, all in one breath. As the experts on the main city tower watched the battle, they were all overjoyed and wished they could go down and kill as well. Although the scene below was chaotic, the powerhouses could see everyone's condition with a sweep of their divine senses. Yunxiao's beast-faced mask attracted a lot of people's attention at first, but when they looked at him carefully, they found that although his saber techniques were fierce, he lacked the precise grasp of strength. This could only mean that this man's comprehension of strength was extremely poor, and he was not an expert. On the other hand, Luo Tian frowned after looking at it for a while, as if he was thinking about something. Only Liao Yangbing's eyes were filled with surprise and joy. He was sure that the masked man was Yunxiao, and only Yunxiao had the courage to show up so brazenly in front of everyone when the whole world was still hunting him down. Naturally, he would not expose him. He just watched quietly and found that he could not see through the other party's cultivation at all. If he did not know the face under the mask, he would have thought that this was just an 8-star martial supreme like the others. He knew that Yunxiao's purpose in coming here must be for the trip to the East Sea. At this moment, Baiming Lifeng was also in the giant city, but the entire coastline had been blocked for an unknown distance, so he did not know when he would have the chance to go out to sea. The sea race was losing ground in an instant. They abandoned their weapons and armor, and more than half of them were either dead or injured. The 3 martial sovereign commanders were trapped by the human martial sovereigns at the beginning of the battle, and it was extremely difficult to kill them. The ghost eel commander was shocked and angry. A huge sword was placed directly above him, emitting a powerful sword will, covering the space like a net. No matter how he used his thunderbolt divine power, he could not get out. The giant sword was jade green in color and was definitely not made of ordinary metal. It was extremely effective against his lightning, and each time the lightning struck the sword chi, it would immediately be weakened by more than half. Aren't you very arrogant? Why are you like a stray dog in front of me now? Xianxia's eyes flickered with mockery as his cold voice sounded. It was as if he was looking at a beast in a cage, and there was a hint of pity in his voice. The ghost eel commander roared, "Despicable! What kind of skill is relying on the might of a profound level weapon? If you have the guts, fight me with your own strength." Xianxia scornfully mocked. "Compared to the demon race, our physical bodies are nothing. Compared to the sea race, our numbers are nothing. However, our race has wisdom that you can't match. A gentleman's life is not different. We are just good at pretending." As soon as he finished speaking, green light flew out of his 5 fingers and directly into the giant sword. The sword spun in the air and slowly pressed down. Green sword chi shot out, constantly penetrating the lightning around the ghost eel commander. Not far away, Xianxia was secretly surprised. The sword was actually made of a legendary item that could suppress lightning, and it was born to restrain all lightning items. Except for the supreme divine thunder of destruction, it could probably restrain all lightning-type divine abilities. The faces of the people of the Jiang family on the main city wall also turned ugly. The body turning into lightning was their secret technique that they would not pass on, especially the thunder escape technique, which was one of the fastest escape techniques in the world. If they were to encounter this sword, they would only be able to get beaten. Luo Tian's eyes revealed a look of admiration, and he said, "Everything in the world is complementary to each other. Thunder is the power of the heavens, and I didn't expect that the earth jade could restrain it. This sword made of earth jade is a real treasure." When the people of the Jiang family heard this, their faces turned even gloomier. Now that the internal strife in Red Moon City was intense, and the 4 Extreme sect was gradually growing stronger, the existence of this Kuan Jade sword was truly a disaster. As the giant sword of earth continued to press down, the ghost eel commander finally panicked. It tried to break through a few times, but not only did it fail, but it also hurt itself. It was full of regret and blamed itself for being too impulsive. "Human, don't be too extreme. Otherwise, I'll destroy your sword even if I have to die." The ghost eel commander, who was on the verge of death, finally began to go berserk and threatened. Xianxia didn't care and sneered. "This sword has existed for thousands of years. I'd like to see how you're going to destroy it." "Damn it!" the ghost eel commander shouted angrily. Although the sea tribe was also afraid of death, they were more courageous than humans. They would not beg for mercy too much. Seeing that the negotiations could not be settled, he immediately activated his yuan power. Red dots began to appear on his dark and weak body. Those red dots were located on the acupoints of the human body. All kinds of red and green meridians also appeared, connecting all the red dots together. The lightning could be clearly seen circulating in the meridians. Then, runes began to appear on each red aperture. A natural formation body. Xianxia was taken aback. Some people's body structure contained some kind of array law, which was originally called an innate array body. He sighed inwardly. The human race had obtained supreme wisdom, and their physical bodies were indeed much weaker than the alien races. This kind of natural formation body was rare in the human race, and once it appeared, it would definitely be a treasure. The sect would do its best to cultivate it. And among the sea race, he was just a minor character that didn't matter and could be discarded at any time. As the patterns on the aperture appeared, the body of the ghost eel commander began to twist in all kinds of positions. The array formation also changed constantly. Black lights appeared around its body, condensed and not scattered, but became stronger and stronger. Xianxia suddenly realized that something was wrong. The Kuan Jade sword's momentum was stopped, and it couldn't descend any further. He changed his hand seals several times and shot out a few thunderbreaking sword chi. Although they shot into the body of the ghost eel commander, it was like a stone sinking into the ocean. There was no ripple at all. Not good. He was shocked and hurriedly used a sword technique to retrieve the Earth Jade sword. Suddenly, the ghost eel commander's eyes also burst into a red light, and it spat out some obscure and strange notes. The lightning condensed around its body surged, like a slow river, gradually becoming turbulent. Boom! 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 The ghost eel commander didn't make any move, but a few thunderclaps sounded in the air, as if the world was about to change. Boom! Just as everyone was looking around in shock, the Kuan's sword suddenly released a dazzling green light and collided with the black light that was rushing up from below. Reincarnation was extremely anxious. He wasn't the one who created this sword light. Instead, the Earth Jade sword seemed to have met a powerful enemy, and its power was stimulated by itself. It was completely out of his control. The two lights collided with each other, and it seemed like neither of them had won. Suddenly, the sky changed color. A black thunderbolt descended from the ninth heaven and struck the huge green light. Bang! The Earth Jade sword was quickly corroded by the black lightning, turning black and escaping into Reincarnation's body. The ghost eel commander was struck by the heavenly lightning, and its power instantly swelled up, turning into a huge fatty. Its eyes were red, and it was bursting with endless anger as it roared. "If you force me to reveal this state, you'll have to die." He opened his mouth and spewed out a black ray of light. It was actually a mixture of thunder and fire, and it charged directly at Reincarnation. At this moment, the Sea Tribe army was almost completely annihilated. Everyone was looking at the battle over here and immediately retreated in shock, leaving a large open space. Some of the martialists who had escaped too late were touched by the residual light of the lightning and immediately turned into ashes. Reincarnation's expression changed drastically. The corrosion of the Earth Jade sword had directly affected his state of mind, and his meridians had also suffered minor injuries. Seeing the sky full of thunder and fire approaching, he panicked and hurriedly poured all his origin power into his palm. He opened his right fist and directly punched forward. This palm looked ordinary, but in the middle of the palm, it suddenly turned into afterimages. 1 became 2, 2 became 4, layer by layer, and in an instant it turned into 32 palms. All the power was compressed to the extreme. Boom! It was as if a spring had suddenly burst open, and the power of the 32 palms was instantly released, slapping out in the air. The power of thunder and fire suddenly retreated and burst out from the surrounding of the palm. Some nearby cultivators were horrified and hurriedly waved their swords to block, but they were injured one after another. 2 people couldn't resist it and screamed on the spot before turning into black charcoal. Reincarnation didn't even have the time to catch his breath after his palm strike succeeded. The thunder fire that had been blasted away condensed again and came crashing down. He was so angry that his brows furrowed and his eyes bulged. With a loud roar, he also went crazy. His hair stood up, and his left hand turned several times in a row. His right palm repeatedly slapped down as if it was playing with his life. Bang! 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 He used all his strength in each palm and finally scattered the thunder fire. He even slapped the ghost eel commander in the air, causing its swollen body to shrivel. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. "I've been unable to get the girl I like," the young man asked the Zen master. "What should I do?" The Zen master opened his eyes and threw out a book. "Supreme of all ages." Zen master. The young man suddenly realized. "Are you saying that as long as one perseveres like Xianxia and never returns, one day, he will become the supreme figure of all ages and be embraced by all the beauties?" The Zen master glared at him. "Second fool," he said. "I'm asking if you voted for the monthly votes." The ghost eel commander was sent flying by the force of the palm. It flew away in an arc like a leaking leather ball. All the human ancient martial art practitioners stepped back to make way for the ghost eel commander, for fear that it would bump into them. After all, everyone had seen his terrifying combat power. Even if they guessed that he was an arrow at the end of its flight, no one dared to stop him. Reincarnation's aura was also greatly weakened, and he seemed to have aged a lot. The chaotic battle palm technique just now was a martial technique that stimulated one's potential, and his entire body was empty after using it. Suddenly, a figure stepped out in the air and caught up with the ghost eel commander in a few steps. The blade turned into a giant blade and slashed down directly. The ghost eel commander was in a semi-conscious state, so it couldn't withstand the man's saber. Its dantian was pierced on the spot, and blood flowed out of its 7 orifices. It was dead. After that, the man took another step, picked up the ghost eel commander's body, and put it into the storage mystic artifact. Then he flew back. Everyone was dumbfounded and couldn't react in time. The man was naturally Xianxia. He walked straight up to Xianxia and said with a smile, "My lord, I have killed the ghost eel commander for you. Please give me the useless corpse." Xianxia's face was pale as he circulated his qi to regulate his breathing. He glanced at the man and didn't say anything, only nodding slightly. Anyone could tell that the corpse was a treasure, but it was not important to him. Moreover, under such circumstances as a high-level martial supreme, how could he have the nerve to say no and ask for something from a martial supreme? Moreover, the ghost eel commander had been killed by the other party with 1 strike. It was only then that everyone came to their senses and gave Xianxia a strange look, thinking that this man was really bold. But as the saying went, those who were bold enough would get a treasure all of a sudden, which was definitely more precious than the corpse of a 9th-tier demon beast. Bang! Bang! The war drums sounded on the city wall, and everyone cheered. They flew back to the city, leaving behind the corpses of the Sea Tribe. This battle was a complete victory. There were less than 20 casualties, but they had directly annihilated nearly 1,000 Sea Tribe powerhouses. There was also a high-level Martial Supreme and 2 ordinary Martial Supremes. This made Ning Huaishu smile from ear to ear. Everyone's harvest was also quite rich. The bodies of these sea race members were the same as ordinary sea beasts, with inner cores. The shell of the snail clan was also a rare item. Many people collected it, and after the war, they could find alchemists to refine armor and clothes. The entire sky-towering city was in a sea of cheers. Everyone was so excited that they didn't sleep the whole night, talking with fervor and assurance. The battle report was quickly sent to the central camp of the Sea Tribe. All the experts of the Sea Tribe had calm expressions. They didn't have any expressions on their faces. It was as if they had expected this. Guangqing just kept knocking on the table with his fingers and said indifferently, "Since the commander of the Ghost Eel clan has died in battle, the Ghost Eel clan should also be incorporated into the attacking team." The rest of the commanders nodded their heads in agreement. After Xianxia put on the beast-faced mask, he could not take it off, so he returned to a corner of the city with the Battle Blade team to rest. No one in the team was injured. Chun Zhongwei seemed to have gotten out of his gloomy state and was in a good mood. "Don't get too excited," Xianxia said. "Sit down and regulate your breathing." He had to maintain his condition at its peak at all times so that he could deal with any sudden difficulties. The marine race suffered such a huge loss, yet they didn't make any moves. It's obvious that they have a deeper plan. I'm afraid it won't be so simple next time. Everyone was now full of admiration for him and listened to his words. One by one, they sat on the ground and slowly regulated their breathing. Suddenly, a few powerful auras approached them. The entire team opened their eyes and looked over vigilantly. They saw a row of martial artists standing in front of them. There were more than 10 people in total. They were obviously from another team. Liang Yuanji's face darkened. He recognized their captain and said, "Gan Wuqin, what's the matter?" The other party's captain, Gan Wuqin, grinned. "It's nothing. I just came over to say hello. Brothers, you did well today." TSK. A small team of 20 people. Everyone's numbers are decreasing as they fight. How come you have one more person? The rest of the people had cold expressions on their faces as they gathered around. With one look, one could tell that they were not friendly. The members of the Battle Blade team also pulled a long face. They could tell at a glance that the other party was here to make trouble. They were not good scumbags, so they were not afraid of causing trouble. One by one, they stood up, but Yun Xiao remained sitting cross-legged, seemingly unmoved. "What does our team's business have to do with you?" Liang Yuanji roared, his face full of anger. Gan Wuqin's smile was still on his face, but it was getting colder and colder as he said, "It was nothing much at first. Everyone was very happy about this great victory, but one of our brothers died in battle." Liang Yuanji was baffled and laughed. "Why are you telling me that your brothers have died? Don't tell me you want to poach one of us? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha." The members of the Battle Blade team burst into laughter, their faces filled with mockery. "It's not impossible to poach people," the green-faced man sneered. "But we won't stop anyone who's willing to go with you." "Humph. All of you, shut your fucking mouths." Gan Wuqin suddenly roared out, causing everyone to fall silent. Not only that, it also attracted the attention of the other teams, and they all looked over curiously. "Shut your sister. This is the Warblade's territory. All of you fuck off." Not willing to fall behind, Taishida charged forward and shouted. Everyone knew that fighting was not allowed in the city, or they would die without a doubt. So there was nothing to be afraid of. Even if they could fight, they were not afraid. The faces of the people in Gan Wuqin's group changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with killing intent as they stared at Taishida. Yuan energy was constantly exploding around their bodies. Not only was Taishida not afraid, but he was also proud of himself. He stretched his head over and provoked, "What, you're unhappy? If you're unhappy, come and hit me. Hit me? If you have the ability, come and hit me." His head was swaying left and right, and his face looked like he was asking for a beating. The members of the Gan Wuqin unit were all furious, and their chests were about to explode. Gan Wuqin's face turned ashen. He was afraid that if this continued, his side would really make a move, and they would definitely be killed on the spot by the people of the Red Moon City. He immediately got straight to the point and said, "I'll cut to the chase. One of our brothers died in this battle, but we didn't get any benefits. You're all safe and sound, but you've obtained the corpse of a high-level martial sovereign of the Sea Tribe. I hope that the brother wearing the ghost mask can share some of the benefits with everyone as a sacrifice to my brother's soul in heaven." Turned out that he was jealous and wanted some benefits. So that's what happened. The warriors from the other teams all showed a look of disdain, but they were also happy that someone would stir up trouble. They could watch the fun and save themselves from being bored in this giant city. Everyone's eyes fell on Yun Xiao at once, and the people around him admired his courage to fight on the battlefield. But, even after a long time, Yun Xiao still did not move, as if he had entered a meditative state. Liang Yuanji coughed twice before sneering. "It's your business that your brothers died, and it's our business that we get the benefits. Why should we compensate you?" Gan Wuqin snorted. "Brother Yuanji, I don't like what you're saying. What is the point of everyone risking their lives together? Don't tell me you're Martial Emperor Lei Feng's successor, and you're only trying to benefit others without even looking out for yourself." Liang Yuanji replied, "Of course not. However, my brother's benefits were obtained through his own wisdom and strength. He also took a great risk. Under such circumstances, who would dare to go forward and kill the Ghost Eel commander?" Everyone nodded slightly in agreement. At that time, there were many people who had the opportunity to kill the Ghost Eel commander, but no one dared to make a move. "Does that mean my brother died in vain?" Gan Wuqin snorted coldly. At this moment, Yun Xiao finally opened his eyes and looked puzzled. "I've said so much, but I still don't understand. What does your brother's death have to do with me? Besides, even if there's compensation, it should be for your brother's family." "What do you mean by compensation?" "Yeah, what's the point of compensating you? Even if there are benefits, I shouldn't have given them to you." The people around them started to shout. Everyone was a temporary team, and they were not related to each other. Gan Wuqin's face reddened as he snorted angrily. "We're all brothers, we're family." Yun Xiao did not refute, but nodded and said, "I understand, but shouldn't you go to the Lord of the Red Moon City and propose compensation? I believe that the Lord of the Red Moon City will definitely compensate you generously." "Bah! Counting on them? They're all misers. The only thing they know is how to trick people into working for them." Gan Wuqin cursed. He had experienced a few battles and was filled with anger towards the Red Moon City. What's the matter? What are you all doing here? Suddenly, a loud shout was heard, and a wave of Emperor Qi of the Nine Heavens came down from the sky, pressing down on everyone. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and they didn't dare to answer. A man in a long robe appeared in front of everyone. His cold eyes swept across everyone, and he said in a cold voice, "Are you guys causing trouble?" "No, I didn't." Gan Wuqin was shocked and quickly shook his head in denial. "Humph." The man snorted heavily. "Don't let me find out that you're causing trouble, or you know the consequences." "Absolutely not, absolutely not." Gan Wuqin revealed an unsightly smile, his forehead covered in cold sweat. "Don't worry, sir. We're only here to discuss some matters, not to cause trouble." Xianxia suddenly said, his voice extremely sincere. The man glanced at him, and his eyes swept over the beast-headed mask. He naturally recognized that this man was the one who had killed the ghost eel commander. He gave a soft "oh" and asked casually, "Discuss what?" Xianxia said, "Let's discuss the matter of Red Moon City. This Lord Gan Wuqin just said that all the lords in Red Moon City are misers, and that the second elder is a stingy ghost who only knows how to trick others into working for him. I'm new here, so I wonder if it is true? In short, after I heard it, the morale has already fallen to the bottom." Silence. The entire place was instantly filled with silence. "Nonsense!" Gan Wuqin raged. "This is all nonsense. My lord, please don't believe him." Bean-sized beads of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Not only him, but all the other members of the team felt cold all over and were drenched in sweat in an instant. Xianxia was surprised. Lord Wuqin, didn't you just say that? There are hundreds of people here who heard it." The man raised his head and looked around, only to see everyone nodding, which proved that Xianxia was telling the truth. All the hair on Gan Wuqin's body stood up. He felt the world spinning around him, and his body began to tremble. "A misunderstanding, it's definitely a misunderstanding. My lord, please listen. Please let me explain." The man looked at him coldly and said, "Come with me to the main building to explain to the lords." "Ah!" Gan Wuqin was completely dumbfounded. He was so scared that he almost couldn't stand straight. "Sir, please do us a favor. It's really a misunderstanding. There won't be a next time." He hurriedly took out a storage bag and stuffed it over. The man's expression changed and he said angrily, "Who do you think I am? Do you really think that I'm that kind of thing that grows on your head?" With a furious roar, he slapped out with his palm and sent Gan Wuqin flying, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood into the sky. The man's figure flickered, and he grabbed Gan Wuqin, who was still in the air, and headed toward the city tower. The people below the city walls were all breaking out in cold sweat. Gan Wuqin would definitely be skinned alive if he didn't die this time. They all glanced at Xianxia with fear in their hearts, thinking that this man was really vicious, as he could kill without spilling blood. "Ha! Ha ha!" The red-haired man was the first to burst into laughter. He gave the Gan Wuqin team a thumbs up and praised, "Amazing, your captain is really amazing. He even dares to scold the people of the Red Moon City. I'm impressed." The members of Gan Wuqin's team all turned pale and glared at him. The green-faced man sneered. "I hope Lord Gan Wuqin can still maintain his demeanor in the main city tower and curse again in front of Lord Ning Huaishu. Haha! You guys have balls. Just you wait." The vice-captain of Gan Wuqin's team had a layer of ice on his face. He pointed at everyone and angrily left. The farce ended just like that, but everyone was now a little wary of Xianxia. This man was both brave and smart, so it was best not to provoke him. After they left, Xianxia closed his eyes and continued to regulate his breathing, as if nothing had happened. Liang Yuanji and the other members of the Battle Blade team were full of admiration for him. They all gathered around him and started cultivating. In the Divine Realm tablet, one of his souls appeared. The corpse of the ghost eel commander was floating in the air. Although it was lifeless, there were still thunderbolts flowing on it. Through its black skin, Xianxia could clearly see the array operating on the bright red acupuncture points in its body, with black thunderbolts shuttling back and forth. His entire body was like a formation tool that could operate on its own and provide powerful lightning energy. Yuanxiao first recorded the operation diagram of the array in his mind. Every kind of natural array was a product of the laws of heaven and earth, and it could use the simplest array to present its power, which was the existence closest to the Tao of arrays. This is a Xianxia. Pu Jinshan suddenly felt his body move, and then he was next to Yuanxiao. It had been a long time since he had figured out where he was, and he had not seen a single person all day long. He was about to go crazy. When he suddenly saw Yuanxiao, he was surprised and delighted, but soon his attention was attracted by the corpse in front of him. A natural formation body? What? He suddenly shouted in disbelief, his eyes wide open. That's right, Yuanxiao said. It's an innate array body. I asked you to come here so that you can record it, because I'm going to destroy this body soon. You are the true array master, so I have the duty to let you have a look. What? You want to destroy him? Pu Jinshan was shocked and hurriedly said, My lord, this thing is very valuable. The time it takes to brew a cup of tea. I'll give you the time it takes to finish a cup of tea, Yuanxiao said indifferently. It's up to you whether you want to talk nonsense with me or quickly record it down. Master Yuanxiao. Pu Jinshan was extremely anxious and said, Lord Yuanxiao, this thing is a peerless treasure that only appears once in 10,000 years. The operation of the formation inside represents the simplest laws of the world, almost the evolution of the formation Tao. Its value is difficult to estimate. Yuanxiao was still sitting there quietly with his legs crossed, motionless. Gulp! Pu Jinshan swallowed hard. He knew that he could no longer communicate with this person in front of him. He would really destroy this treasure in 10 minutes. He quickly calmed down and began to carefully observe the body of the ghost eel commander, comprehending and recording it one by one. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, Yuanxiao opened his eyes on time and said, You've remembered everything? Pu Jinshan's face was solemn. He wiped his sweat and nodded. With a reluctant expression, he begged, Lord Yuanxiao, can't you make him stay? This is Ing Luo. Without waiting for him to finish, Yuanxiao raised his hand and swung it down in the air. His hand movements were unusually fast, and in an instant the body was cut into pieces in a regular pattern. Black lightning poured out of the body like water, crackling and flashing. Pu Jinshan's mouth was wide open, and he couldn't speak anymore. He then sighed deeply and stopped talking. Then Yuanxiao stretched out his 5 fingers and grabbed at the corpse. With a few bangs, all the bodies exploded, and a thunderbolt array appeared in the air. The pattern on the array was similar to the Maha-ancient characters in the hammer. Pu Jinshan's eyes suddenly widened. He was actually able to directly extract the formation from the natural formation body. This kind of unbelievable thing, not to mention seeing it with their own eyes. Even the ancient books had never recorded it. He went crazy and pulled his hair desperately. It was too outrageous and strange. Yuanxiao stared at the operation of the array, which was exactly the same as what he had recorded before. Then, a bolt of lightning emerged from his fingertip and began to disintegrate his soul and body, gradually turning into an electric arc and shooting up. Pai pa pai pa. When the blue lightning, which was transformed from Yuanxiao's soul, fell on the array, it immediately aroused the repulsion of the black lightning and bounced off the blue light. The green thunderbolt spun in the sky for a while and dispersed, forming the ancient Maha character in the air and falling down. Pala pala. The lightning was powerful, but where the Maha ancient character fell, the black lightning was not as strong as it was before, even though it still had a sense of rejection. It began to merge. Although Pu Jinshan did not know what Yuanxiao was trying to do, the scene in front of him was amazing. The black array was gradually changing shape under the blue lightning, as if it was about to take another form. His eyes were wide open, and he didn't even dare to blink. An innate formation body was already the closest existence to the Tao of formations, so how could it possibly transform and evolve? In fact, the array in the ghost eel commander's body described the law of thunder, and Yuanxiao's Maha-ancient character also described the law of thunder. It was just a kind of nomological Tao expressed in different ways. At this moment, it was also the fusion of the Tao, driving the two kinds of thunder power to gradually become one. Pa, 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 pa. The two kinds of lightning gradually merged into one color. During the process, various images kept emerging. There was the dark thunder, the demon rabbit, and the shadow of the ghost eel commander. They kept appearing in the process of fusion. Sometimes they turned into a thunder formation, and sometimes they turned into the word thunder, showing a colorful scene. The main color of it gradually turned white, and all kinds of lightning flashed and jumped as if there was no end to it. After an unknown amount of time, the Maha-ancient character disappeared, and so did the formation. All that was left was a white ring floating in the air. On it, white lightning was constantly jumping, and the energy was getting stronger and stronger. This ring was the best form to gather the power of thunder. It was learned from the demon rabbit that had lived for an eternity. It could store the power of thunder to the maximum extent. The white ring of lightning finally stabilized and flickered, then slowly turned into Yunxiao's figure. Gulp! Jinshan swallowed his saliva, his face filled with shock and disbelief. He had too many questions in his heart, but he didn't dare to ask. And Yunxiao did not give him a chance to speak. After he revealed himself, he disappeared from where he was, as if he had never been there. Jinshan couldn't help but smile bitterly. He knew that his time of loneliness had begun again. However, through this incident, he at least knew that he hadn't been exiled or abandoned, and his heart was at ease. In addition, he had just obtained the lightning array diagram, so he was full of joy. He put aside all the unhappy things and went to study it by himself. As soon as the soul returned to Yunxiao's body, it slowly opened its eyes, and a white thunderbolt flashed in them. A strange expression suddenly appeared on his face, and he smiled bitterly. After refining the black lightning, his thunder art was basically completed. However, he had been affected by the thunder hammer and the Maha-ancient text. At this moment, his thunder art divine power was very different from the one Lu Jianba gave him, but it was definitely stronger. However, after the lightning on his body turned white, it had directly increased his origin energy cultivation base by a large margin. At this critical moment, he had actually touched the threshold of advancement and could break through to the 2 stars martial sovereign realm. However, in the city, if he were to level up, he would be discovered by the people in the main city tower. Yunxiao smiled wryly. He had no choice but to suppress his cultivation base and wait for the right time to make a plan. It was already the second day, and the city had been quiet the whole time. All the warriors had calmed down from the excitement of the victory and began to cultivate in peace. The whole square was quiet. Above the main city tower, Ning Huaishu was reluctant to let Luo Tian stay, but the latter had already made up his mind. Without Sir Luo Tian in charge of this city, its strength has been reduced by at least half. Ning Huaishu sighed. Luo Tian naturally knew that he was just being polite. He smiled indifferently and said, "Lord Huaishu, you flatter me too much. As long as I'm careful, the sea race will never be able to break through this sky-high city." Ning Huaishu said, "Yesterday, the sea race suffered a setback, but they did not take any revenge. Instead, they are constantly mobilizing troops. I'm afraid they are about to make a big move. It really makes me uneasy. As long as you do your best and have a clear conscience," Luo Tian said with a smile. Ning Huaishu knew that it would be difficult to keep him, so he said, "On the day the foreign tribes are expelled, the Red Moon City will invite you to celebrate." Luo Tian waved his hand and said, "That day won't be long. Everyone, there's no need to send us off in case there are any changes in the enemy's situation." Everyone bowed to send him off. Luo Tian nodded and left under the protection of the 2 martial emperor powerhouses. After getting off the city tower, Luo Tian looked around and headed straight to a corner of the square. The 2 martial emperor powerhouses behind him looked at him strangely. That was not where the teleportation formation was. However, they did not ask anything and followed closely behind him. Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat. He opened his eyes and immediately saw an old man in a long robe looking at him with a smile. "Luo Tian, a 9th-tier great alchemist? You recognize me?" Luo Tian was slightly surprised. The cultivators around him all looked over in shock, each and every one of them revealing a look of disbelief. Everyone had noticed that the old man was by no means an ordinary man, because they could not see through the two guards behind him at all. But they could not imagine that he was the world-renowned ninth-tier alchemist Luo Tian. All of them were dumbfounded and stood there at a loss. Although Luo Tian didn't even look at them, they still felt extremely nervous. Who in the world doesn't know you? Xianxia smiled. Who doesn't know you? Little friend, you're very interesting. Would you like to get to know me? Luo Tian laughed. What? The people around them were shocked and could not believe their ears. Luo Tian, a ninth-tier great alchemist, had taken the initiative to get to know him? Jealousy and envy immediately spread in the surrounding area. Even the martial artists nearby could no longer remain calm, let alone the members of the Battle Blade team. Master, my name is Ant Shinran. I'm the team leader of the Sky High section. Master, I am Gung Hutong, your loyal admirer. Please accept me as your guard. Master, my name is Chen Haonan. I beg you, Master. Please let me carry your shoes. Master's Pitio, the corner of the city wall, suddenly became noisy. The crowd swarmed, loudly announcing their names, crying and shouting to pick up the soap. A martial emperor behind Luo Tian smiled bitterly. This was a very common situation. He released a trace of his aura, and it was as if winter had descended. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and closed their mouths, not daring to make a sound. However, the fanatical flames in their eyes could not be extinguished as they tried their best to squeeze in. The martial emperor sighed, then raised his hand and pointed at the sky. A ring of light fell from the sky and pushed everyone more than 10 meters away except Luo Tian and Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Luo Tian, his good friend from the past, whose hair was now gray. Although his eyes were bright, they could not hide the traces of time. He sighed slightly in his heart and said, "We'll get to know each other sooner or later. Voila!" His answer immediately caused the crowd to boil over, and all kinds of curses were hurled at him. Damn it! Master Luo Tian wanted to get to know him personally, but he actually refused. Motherfucker, you don't know what's good for you. Give me the chance. Master Luo Tian, my name is Shui. This kid is definitely the top 10 pretentious people in the realm of heavenly martial arts this year. He must be killed. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation, even more so than when they had scolded the Sea Tribe people earlier. Some even kept punching the halo, trying to rush in and hack Xianxia to death. Luo Tian was also stunned for a moment. This answer was completely out of his expectations. The two martial supremes behind him were even more shocked. The two of them looked at each other with a dazed expression. They had been guards for decades, but this was the first time they had seen someone who could reject Master Luo Tian's hospitality. Luo Tian was, after all, an important figure. He quickly regained his senses and chuckled. Even so, I'm looking forward to it. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Luo Tian had wanted to ask for the body of the natural array, but at this moment, all the thoughts were gone, and he was only more curious about Xianxia. As the three of them walked further and further away, one of the martial emperor's guards finally could not hold it in anymore and said, "Master Luo Tian, that kid doesn't know what's good for him. I really want to beat him up." A smile appeared on Luo Tian's face as he said, "To be honest, I also want to beat him up, but I'm more curious. Since Grandmaster is so curious about him, why don't you capture him and ask him for a detailed explanation?" The other martial emperor powerhouse asked. "There's no need for that," Luo Tian replied indifferently. "If he's really like what I think, we'll meet again one day." A glint flashed in his eyes as he said with a smile, "At that time, he might be at the peak of martial arts." Shock! The two martial sovereigns were shocked and looked at each other in horror. They had followed Luo Tian for decades and had never seen him judge someone like this. Xianxia looked at the distant background of Luo Tian and thought. It seemed that this giant city was undoubtedly brought by the Sea of Soul Formation. However, he did not know what conditions the Sea of Soul Formation had negotiated with the Red Moon City, and which side Luo Tian was on at this moment. Yu Shengfeng had obtained Yu Yixian's body, so he must have found a place to cultivate in seclusion. If he could completely integrate with it, he would have enough power to compete with his disciple Lu Zongzi. Seeing Luo Tian leave, the people around him immediately gathered around and glared at Yunxiao with bloodshot eyes. Yunxiao frowned and said, "What? Do you all want to hit me? You guys want to see Gan Wuqin?" Only then did the crowd remember how he had dealt with Gan Wuqin. They held back the urge to kill him and left in anger. Liang Yuanji wiped his cold sweat and smiled bitterly. "Lord Feiyang, you're too good at provoking everyone's hearts. Now that you've made Master Luo Tian unhappy, let's see how you're going to end this." The other members of the Battle Blade team also looked at him with strange expressions. The scene just now was like an illusion. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe that Master Luo Tian would ask to get to know a junior, and that junior had actually rejected him. Elder Yen shook his head and said, "If I had the chance to carry Master Luo Tian's shoes, I would have been a high-level martial supreme long ago. Why would they risk their lives for such a small amount of money?" The other members of the team also sighed in their hearts, sighing at the injustice of fate. The gap between people was too big. Yunxiao ignored them and was about to continue his cultivation when a green light suddenly bloomed in the sky, followed by the sound of drums. Bang! Bang! The entire city trembled. Everyone looked up at the sky, and cold smiles began to appear on their faces. "Are those sea beasts here again? Hee. It just so happens that I don't have enough inner cores. Tisk. TSK. This time, I'll have to pick up a 9th-rank sea beast's corpse to make up for my losses." These were basically all newly added teams, and they had no idea about the previous consecutive losses. After the great victory, their morale was high, and they couldn't help but want to go out and kill the enemy. However, there was a defensive formation on the city. No one could leave the city without opening it. "There's 2 drum beats," Liang Yuanji said. "Lord Feiyang, let's go to the city wall." Dozens of beams of light flew up to the city wall. Yunxiao looked ahead and saw that the mighty army of the Sea Tribe seemed to have finished gathering and was beginning to push toward the giant city. "Why are there so many of them?" Liang Yuanji was shocked. Even if he just stood there and let them kill him, they would kill him for days and nights. The faces of the captains of the other small teams also turned pale. They were shocked by the scene in front of them. There were at least 100,000 members of the Sea Tribe that were densely packed together. Due to the suddenness of the war, Guangxing was unable to gather any powerful races in the region adjacent to the East Sea. Therefore, he ordered all those who could fight on land to gather and screen those below B class. Just like that, there were over 100,000 people. In the air above the central main camp of the Sea Race, all the core members were looking down with smiles on their faces. A round-shaped leader of the giant slab tribe mumbled, "Lord Guangxing, I'm afraid that we don't need to mobilize the deep-sea giant beasts. These dregs alone are enough to swallow the entire sky-scraping city." A commander of the Loach race with a pointy head snorted and said, "What can they do? If they attack the city, we'll have come for nothing." Guangxing's eyes flickered with coldness as he said, "The structure of this giant city is extremely strong. It's an amazing array mystic weapon even among the humans. It's not so easy to conquer. However, as long as we can take down this city, the entire human battlefront in the eastern region will basically collapse. I don't believe that they won't hand over the rainbow stones. In my opinion, it's better for the 4 seas to join forces and annihilate the entire human race." The Jiaoha tribe leader said, "These damn humans often come to the sea area to hunt sea beasts and retrieve the resources that used to belong to us." The Loach commander snorted coldly and said, "What an idiot! To conquer the continent and let you stay on the shore to rule? We can make the humans our vassals." The Jiaoha tribe leader said, unconvinced. "They can rule themselves, but they must offer a large number of tributes every set number of years. Isn't that great? All right, stop dreaming. Although the human race is much fewer in number than us, they're publicly acknowledged as the smartest race," Guangxing said coldly. "Their comprehension of the heavenly Tao in cultivation far exceeds that of the other races. This also determines that the number of high-level powerhouses in the human race is no less than that of the sea race. Even if we can gain the upper hand in the past conflicts, when it comes to the life and death of our race, those countless experts will appear one by one. Even the sea race will find it difficult to gain an advantage. A leader of the ancient lizard clan, a member of the sea tribe who had 2 pairs of huge teeth on his back, couldn't help but ask, "Lord Guangxing, what exactly is that rainbow stone?" It actually caused a large-scale war between 2 races. This subordinate is truly curious. Guangxing's face darkened. "That's not something you need to know," he said coldly. "There's a saying among humans, curiosity killed the cat. You don't want to be that stupid cat, do you?" The ancient lizard clan's commander shivered. He didn't dare to do that. "Humph." Guangxing snorted coldly. "Speed up the opening and stabilization of the passageway. When the deep-sea giant beast descends, the entire battlefront of the human race in the eastern region will be completely defeated." He crazily begged for monthly votes and was 600 votes away from 3rd place. If the distance was widened during the period of double monthly votes, it would be difficult to catch up again. All the commanders had a serious expression on their faces as they followed Guangxing and flew down into a barrier. The barrier blocked all the power from the outside world. There was only a huge formation operating inside. A razor clam with a shell on his back and tentacles on his head was constantly setting up the barrier. He looked very tired. Around the formation, there were 4 commanders of the sea tribe who were constantly pouring their power into the formation. Above the formation, a small black ball was constantly flashing with a terrifying aura. It was getting bigger and bigger. The black ball was swallowing all the divine sense, and no aura could be detected. "How's the situation, Master Priest?" Guangxing asked in a low voice. The razor clam was a great alchemist of the sea race, and his status was even higher than that of human alchemists. In a place with a strict hierarchy like the sea race, even the experts of the royal family had to be polite to him. Without raising his head, Priest said after a while, "The main array has been set up. It will take about 5 days for the space to be fully opened. The power required to summon the deep-sea giant beasts is too great. The sea crystals contributed by the hundreds of races will probably only be used a few times. There's no need to worry about Jingshi at all. We'll leave it to you, Master," Guangxing said with a happy expression. "If it's a deep-sea monster of that level, summoning a few of them would be enough to solve all problems. Don't damage the human city too much. I want to take it back and study it." "Definitely. We'll try our best to keep the original appearance of the giant city." That's good." After saying that, Priest waved his hand, signaling Guangxing to leave. Only the commanders of the sea tribe were left behind. They had to use their strength to stabilize the spatial passage. 3 high-level martial supreme powerhouses were hidden among the mighty siege team. They looked coldly at the huge city in front of them as they got closer and closer. A trace of bloodthirsty cruelty flashed across the commander's face. He licked his lower lips and said, "If the 3 of us take down the megacity directly and Lord Guangxing's summon is in vain, what do you think his expression will be? Ha ha ha. If you don't give Lord Guangxing a chance to show off, he'll definitely tear you apart." The commander of the Devil Otter's tribe laughed out loud. With 100,000 elite soldiers, the city in front of them seemed to be within his reach. The commander of the Strength Whale glanced at the ugly fishman beside him, and a cold look flashed across his face. He snorted, "Ugly fish, I didn't see you make a sound on the way here. Could it be that you think you're better than the 2 of us and don't want to talk to us?" The commander of the Devil Otter tribe was also displeased, and his eyes were filled with hostility. The Ugly Fish clan's commander looked at the 2 of them coldly and snorted, "How could I dare to underestimate the 2 lords? It's just that I can't agree with the unrealistic fantasies of the 2 of you. Our mission is only to restrain the human race and not let them ruin our plan. As for breaking through the city, I've never even thought about it." "Humph. What if it's broken?" The commander of the Power Whale clan said, "Even if they have more high-level martial sovereigns than us, who can stop this endless attack? Can you block it?" He waved his hand and pointed at the Ugly Fish commander. The Ugly Fish clan's commander smiled and said, Of course I can't. But I don't know if this giant city can. The strength whale commander snorted in disdain and said, if that's the case, then we'll attack the city with all our might and try to break through in one go. The ugly fish clan's commander's expression changed, and he said, Lord Guangxing's order is to contain the humans. If we mobilize all our forces from the beginning, how can the three of us bear the responsibility if something goes wrong? I suggest that we attack the city in batches, with probing as the priority and planning to delay for 10 days. This way, it's better to be prepared. 10 days? Ha ha ha. Give me 3 days and I'll be able to conquer this city. Commander Mo Ting laughed. The ugly fish commander's expression turned slightly cold, and he said, our mission is to pin them down, not to cause trouble. All right, I'm done. The strength whale commander looked at him with contempt and said, Mo Ting and I have already decided to take down this city with all our might. If you think it's inappropriate, then please get lost. The ugly fish clan's commander's expression changed drastically, and he said in shock and anger, are you going to disobey Lord Guangxing's order? What do you mean by disobeying orders? We'll take down the giant city. There's no rush for Lord Guangxing to be happy. The commander of the Devil Otter tribe sneered. The ugly fish clan's commander glared and frowned, shouting, if that's the case, I'll take 1/3 of these 100 tribes with me. I can't let you all suffer losses. If we can't restrain the human tribe, it will affect Lord Guangxing's plan, and the 3 of us will be wiped out. Humph, what a joke. How are we going to attack the city with 1/3 less? The commander was extremely dissatisfied and shouted, if you want to get lost, you can get lost alone. Don't even think about taking a single soldier away from here. The ugly fish commander's expression was extremely unsightly, and he said angrily, I won't let you guys mess around. The atmosphere between the two suddenly became stiff, and it seemed like they were about to fight. Commander Mo Tang's expression darkened. Ugly fish, we understand what you're thinking, but Lord Guangxing wants us to attack the city together. It would be better to divide the troops into 3 groups of 2, 3, and 5 to attack separately, extending the time difference. This way, even if they couldn't take down the giant city, they could delay for a few more days. We have to keep attacking to keep the human race occupied. Only then did the ugly fish's expression turn for the better. He knew that he couldn't fight against the 2 of them alone, so he could only compromise. The 100,000 men stopped 10,000 meters away from the city and began to be divided into 3 batches. At this moment, everyone in the skyscraping city was extremely nervous. They looked at the Sea tribe members who were constantly setting up formations in front of them. They felt indescribably depressed, as if a storm was brewing. On the main city tower, the martial emperor powerhouses looked solemn. There was a hint of excitement in their nervousness. It seems like the sea race is determined to attack the city this time, Ning Huaishu said. How do you all think we should deal with this? Killing intent flashed in Ren Zhanxiong's eyes as he said, how else can we deal with them? We'll deal with them as they come. Why don't we form an ambush team again and disrupt their arrangements? We'll catch them off guard. Ning Huaishu nodded and said, that's right. This plan is feasible. I wonder if anyone has any other ideas. Xianxia said with a solemn expression, I don't think it's appropriate. There are too many people this time. There are 100 times more than the warriors of our tribe. Although we can't see any martial sovereigns in the 9th heaven, we can't rule out the possibility that the Sea tribe has deliberately hidden their strength. I think we should focus on defense. When they rush to the city, we'll open the restriction of the towering sky city and kill them. Ning Huaishu smiled and said, that's right, Master Zhuangshang's words are exactly what I want. However, in this way, the power of the huge sky city would be exposed. There are several extremely powerful restrictions in this city, Zhuangshang said. We only need to activate 1 or 2 of them. Moreover, these restrictions are meant to deal with this situation. Yes. Ning Huaishu nodded continuously and said happily, since that's the case, we'll do as you say. We'll rely on you to control the restriction of the sky-towering city. Zhuangshang nodded solemnly, turned around, and left the main city tower to the control hub of the skyscraping city. After several hours of suppressed waiting, 3 war drums were finally sounded on the city gate tower. 3 colored lights spread across the city. All the martial artists in the square were on high alert. The order they had received was to wait for orders, and no one was allowed to act without permission. Although there were many people in the square, it was unusually quiet. The captains on the city wall were slightly restless. The Sea Tribe army that covered the sky and the earth began to slowly advance. Their speed became faster and faster, and soon, the sounds of battle could be heard from afar, shaking the world. Has no one received the order to attack? One of the team leaders couldn't hold it in any longer. His hand was covered in sweat as he clutched his sword hilt. He was extremely nervous. The Sea Clan's people had already rushed within 1,000 meters. They were densely packed in the air like a locust plague. Moreover, they had all kinds of strange appearances which made people shiver. Moreover, all kinds of violent forces began to spread out from the sea race. Blade auras and fist forces, those who were slightly stronger, had already begun to bombard the city from a distance. Xianxia gave him a look and chuckled. Calm down. The higher-ups have their own plans. I'm afraid they are going to open the defense mechanism of this huge city. As soon as he finished speaking, a gray light suddenly appeared above the giant city. It opened up like an umbrella, directly blocking the various attacks from the distance. It was like fireworks blooming in the sky, beautiful beyond belief. Immediately after, a large number of strange symbols appeared outside the city out of nowhere and gathered outside the city. They grouped together in 3s, 5s, and 5s and kept rising into the sky. When they reached a certain height, they started to burn on their own. In the light of the fire, the runes from before gathered more and more, and the combination became larger and larger. Slowly, they condensed into a large formation with a radius of more than 100 meters, floating in the air outside the city. The array glowed with a golden light, and the flames in the surroundings suddenly soared into the sky and spread. It was as if the gates of the fire hell had been opened, and the raging flames poured out, roaring toward the locust-like Sea Tribe warriors. The Sea Tribe warriors who were at the forefront of the group were burned to ashes by the flames. The members of the sea race spent most of their time in the water. Other than a few specific races, they were all afraid of fire. They immediately panicked. The entire sea of fire was filled with miserable screams as they desperately fled to the back. Everyone on the main city tower was overjoyed, and their faces were unusually excited under the illumination of the fire. Ning Huaishu was in a good mood. I didn't expect Master Zhuangshang to use the most powerful fire origin array in one go. Moreover, it's only in the initial state. This skyscraping city is indeed a treasure, he said. Everyone in the city looked at the sky in shock. The sky was completely red, as if the might of the heavens was surging, and the god of fire had descended. Under this extremely terrifying power, everyone pursed their lips and stared blankly. The entire Sea Tribe's charge was immediately dispersed by the flames, but there were also many powerful ones who directly withstood the sea of fire and furiously charged into the city. Some of the races had extremely strong water attributes. Although they were afraid of fire, they also had a strong resistance to fire. A layer of white film appeared around their bodies, directly isolating them from the fire. They were not afraid of fire. At this moment, an order came from the city wall. Everyone, attack together and kill the remaining evildoers who have crossed the sea of fire. A long, long time ago, there was an ancient kingdom. There was a princess with snow-white skin, bright red lips, and black hair. In the kingdom, there was a coquettish and jealous empress who would look at a mirror every day and ask, "Mirror, mirror, 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 who else hasn't cast their monthly votes?" Tens of thousands of rays of light flew out from the city walls and slashed toward the sea race experts who were rushing through the sea of fire. Those experts of the sea race basically couldn't withstand a few attacks before exploding in the air, not even leaving behind a corpse. However, the number of the sea race was too large, and the number of races that rushed through the sea of fire was also increasing. The pressure on the giant city suddenly increased. In the distance, the 3 high-level martial sovereigns of the Sea Tribe had shocked and furious expressions on their faces. The fire attribute origin array that was suspended in the sky had directly filtered out thousands of members of the sea tribe. Fuma race, attack! The ugly fish commander roared. A large number of blue sea tribe members flew up from the ground. Their heads were like seahorses, and their mouths were very long. However, their lower bodies had fishtails. They swam in the air, and water vapor constantly seeped out of their skin. They even spat out blue bubbles from their mouths. As the mules and horses rushed forward, a large number of blue bubbles rushed into the sea of fire and actually forced the source of fire away, gradually opening up a path. What the hell is that? Everyone in the main city tower was shocked. The blue water vapor on the mules' and horses' bodies didn't seem to be ordinary seawater. Not only could it isolate the sea of fire, but with the appearance of a large number of bubbles, the power of the sea of fire suddenly decreased, and the number of sea race members rushing near the giant city suddenly increased. Xianxia's expression also changed slightly in the main control center of the city tower. He said to the few people who were controlling the formation, "The fire element origin array has entered the second stage." The expressions of those people all became stern, and the hand seals in their hands changed. They were all different, but there were very active fire elements jumping in their palms. The fire elements condensed and became more and more numerous. In the end, they turned into fireballs that danced in the sky and fell into the array one by one. After that, the formation above the city glowed even brighter, turning the entire sky red. Boom, boom, boom! The bright red sky suddenly trembled, and a large number of meteorites with long flaming tails fell from the sky. They were densely packed and smashed toward the countless sea tribe members. Bang! 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 Due to the high density of the sea tribe's warriors, every meteorite that fell would cause several people to explode. At the same time, the flames also spread throughout the entire sky, and wails and screams could be heard everywhere. The martial artists in the city all flew into the air. Looking at the tragic scene outside, they all felt their blood run cold. The soldiers of the sea tribe were using their flesh and blood to resist the power of heaven and earth. All of a sudden, the pressure on the city's defense was greatly reduced. The Fuma race was the main target of the meteorite strike. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, almost the entire race was exterminated. "You should die!" In the distance, Commander Li Jing was so angry that he shouted. His eyes were red, and he suddenly stood up, wanting to rush over. "Stop! We've already lost this battle, and there's no turning back. Do you want to die in vain?" The ugly fish commander shouted coldly. "This is too infuriating. These humans are too despicable. They're all cooped up in the city." The commander roared a few times, and the sea tribe members around him all retreated in horror, afraid of accidentally provoking him. The ugly fish commander laughed coldly and said, "The advantage that humans have over us is their various secret techniques and profound level weapons. If we don't use our advantages, we'd be fools. Although we lost this battle, at least we found out some of the truth. These clansmen's sacrifices are much more valuable than the ghost eels." Commander Emoting didn't seem to be as optimistic as before. He didn't know what to do. "What do we do now?" "Recall everyone," the ugly fish said. "Let's rest and organize for the second attack tomorrow." The sea tribe suffered heavy losses under the meteor rain and began to retreat quickly. The defense of the city was opened. All the warriors rushed out at the same time and killed those who were slow. They didn't stop until they were several thousand meters away from the sea tribe. They kept provoking them and cursing. Commander Li Jing's eyes were spitting fire. If the other two didn't try their best to stop him, he would have already rushed over. "Strength whale," the ugly fish said calmly. "Have you forgotten what happened to the ghost eel? If Lord Guangxing behind us sees this incompetent siege, I'm afraid he'll directly rush over and kill the three of us," Li Jing angrily said. "Humph," the ugly fish snorted. "I think it's the opposite. Lord Guangxing will definitely be very happy to be able to test out some of the giant city's details." Tens of thousands of meters behind them, Guangxing was looking into the distance from the sky. He had seen everything that had happened just now. Endless killing intent flashed in his eyes, and anger appeared on his face. But not long after, the anger on his face disappeared little by little, and the corners of his mouth carried a trace of playfulness. "Ha! Good, good. Another great victory." Ning Huaishu was grinning from ear to ear from the top of the main city tower. He looked at the Sea Tribe's experts' corpses outside the city. There were also a large number of them that had exploded in the rain of fire, not even leaving behind a corpse. Fu Yichuan smiled as well. This time, at least tens of thousands of Sea Tribes have been exterminated. It is indeed the first large-scale victory since the war between the two races. It is worthy of celebration. Once the war between the two races is over, Hong Juanhuan said with a smile, Lord Huaishu's prestige in the Red Moon City, and even the entire human race, will be unrivaled. Ning Huaishu was in a good mood. He never had a good expression on the people of the Four Extremes sect, but this time he smiled and said, "This is all thanks to everyone. What did I do? What did I do? Ha! Everyone smiled and did not speak. It was too early to talk about merit. Everyone's current thought was to continue protecting the giant city. After all, the 10,000 soldiers they had killed were not even 10% of the entire Sea Tribe army. Moreover, they were all extremely weak in terms of strength. The truly powerful ones were still behind them. Although we've won this battle, I feel that there's an even greater danger to come." Liao Yongbing, who had been silent, suddenly said, "I feel that there's something strange about this siege. Could it be that they sacrificed 1/10 of their people just to test the waters? Humph! What's so strange about it? It's a good thing to be able to kill more soldiers of the Sea Tribe. In addition, the Sea Race's people were not intelligent, so it was normal for them to do anything strange. For example, the war between the two races this time was fought in a baffling manner." Michaud rolled his eyes at him and said coldly, "The two of them had a good relationship. After all, they had been through life and death together. However, after the last surprise attack, Mi Gaoyang was ignored, while Liao Yongbing became popular, which made him feel very disappointed. Recently, he didn't like Liao Yongbing at all. Liao Yongbing was also an old fox, so he naturally noticed this. He was too lazy to argue with him, so he kept quiet. "Yes, both of you have a point. What do you all think?" Ning Huaishu pondered for a moment. "I think City Lord Liao Yongbing's words make sense." Zhuangshang's voice was heard. He came back from the control center with a serious face. With such a large number of troops, if they really want to attack the city, why would the enemy's main force stay behind? Moreover, I can see that a large number of experts are at the back. The 100,000 Sea Tribe members in front seem to be afraid. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "It seems like he's just an abandoned pawn." Everyone was shocked. Although they didn't agree, they didn't dare to refute Lord Zhuangshang's words. They immediately fell into deep thought. Ning Huaishu smiled bitterly. 100,000 abandoned sons of the Sea Race? This is really a big deal. The Sea Tribe has the most people, Zhuangshang said. 100,000 people are nothing to them, and these people may have only been gathered in the coastal waters. If it really turned into a large-scale war, millions of people would probably be normal. What I'm curious about right now is, what are their main battle force and experts doing in the rear? Then should we send someone to investigate? Ning Huaishu asked worriedly. It'd be best if we could investigate, Zhuangshang said. But the Sea Tribe masters are gathered behind us. I'm afraid it's too dangerous. It'll be difficult to retreat safely. Ning Huaishu looked at the crowd and said, "Is there anyone who is willing to volunteer?" Everyone hurriedly turned their heads away, not daring to meet his eyes. It would be fine if they were to randomly find a few weak races among the 100,000 people and launch a sneak attack. However, there were not many people left behind the Sea Tribe. All of them were experts. Going over would be equivalent to sending themselves to death. Even a high-level Marshal Supreme would find it difficult to survive. Ning Huaishu looked at Liao Yongbing and said, "Lord Yongbing, you've led a surprise attack before. You have experience in this area. Let's go again." "Lord Huaishu, the injuries from the previous surprise attack on me have yet to fully recover. It's better to find someone who's experienced and uninjured." Liao Yongbing's face was a little pale, and he covered his chest with his hand, showing that he was still in pain. Mi Gaoyang immediately saw Ning Huaishu's gaze sweep over, and instantly broke out in cold sweat. He hurriedly said, "My lord, sending me over is a dead end." Displeasure flashed across Ning Huaishu's face, and he said, "I'm asking you to scout out the enemy's situation, not to kill them. Come back immediately after you've gathered the information. What are you afraid of?" Furthermore, many warriors have already died in the war between the two races. We must all be aware that we will die. As a citizen of the Red Moon City, you must not bring shame to the city. Michael's face turned pale, and he didn't know what to say. "Don't worry," Ning Huaishu said gently. "If this operation is successful, I'll definitely remember you for your great service." He waved his hand, and two warriors immediately took him away. Mi Gaoyang's face was drained of blood. He glared at Liao Yongbing with hatred, but the latter pretended to be confused and ignored him. Xianxia sighed. "This is indeed an extremely dangerous mission, but I hope Lord Michael can complete it. The remnants of the Sea Race army have returned and they probably won't attack again today. But the next attack will definitely be more fierce. Everyone should be mentally prepared." Everyone nodded one after another, not daring to relax their vigilance for even a moment. Moreover, the teleportation teams from Blazing Light City had never stopped coming. The strength of the entire city was getting stronger and stronger. Now, there were almost 2,000 people. All of a sudden, the sound of fighting came from the distance, which made the experts on the main city tower frown. The sound of fighting was coming from the city. Ning Huaishu's expression changed drastically. He said angrily, "Who is so bold? How dare you cause trouble in the city? You will be severely punished." A martial artist ran up in a panic and said anxiously, Lord Huaishu, bad news. Lord Ngaoyang killed more than 20 people and escaped with the teleportation formation." "What?" The crowd was shocked, and after a short moment of shock, they all flew into a rage. "Sir Michael left a row of detonation talismans before he left," the warrior said in a hurry. "He destroyed the teleportation formation. Now people can only enter the city." "Damn it!" Ning Huaishu was trembling with anger. That Michael was from the Red Moon City, and now that such a mistake had occurred, as the main fighter, he could not escape the blame. He roared, "Chase! Chase after him at all costs. Also, send a message back to Red Moon City and tell the world that no matter where they are, they must be killed." "Yes." The warrior left in a hurry. Xianxia said with a serious expression, "Michaud has killed and escaped, leaving a very bad impression. The most important thing now is to repair the transportation formation and calm the people." "Right. Lord Xianxia is right. I'll leave the matter of repairing the teleportation formation to you," Ning Huaishu hurriedly said. "As for appeasing the people, Lord Yichuan, I'll have to trouble you to make a trip personally." Fu Yichuan nodded. It was indeed the best choice for him to step in. Xianxia sighed. It was indeed a great blow to the morale to kill and escape at such a critical moment. Moreover, the matter of sending people to investigate could only be put on hold. He turned around and went down to the observation area to find someone to repair the array. Although the entire main city tower only had 3 floors, each floor was extremely wide and exquisitely built. It was the main component of this profound level weapon, and there were many twists and turns inside. What? Just as he reached the 2nd floor, his heart skipped a beat. He seemed to see a figure turning around in the corner of the corridor. Xianxia frowned and disappeared from where he was in a flash. He teleported over directly and saw that there was no one in the entire corridor. The entire 2nd floor was where the powerhouses lived. There were over 100 cultivation rooms inside, and every martial emperor powerhouse was given a small room. The level 1 teams from the sects were given cultivation rooms of different sizes according to their strength. All the members of the level 1 squads were cultivating on this floor and had never been dispatched. They were the absolute main force of the skyscraping city. Xianxia's pupils contracted, and his divine sense swept out like a wave. Except for those training rooms with a strong shielding effect, the entire second floor was under his perception, and there was no one there. He was full of doubts. What he saw could not be wrong, but that person's speed was not so fast that he could directly enter the room, and he could not even catch up with his teleportation. He didn't believe that anyone could slip away under his eyes. Xianxia started to pace slowly on the second floor. He raised his spiritual power to the maximum and the entire second floor started to become unstable. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of them and flashed forward. Humph! Xianxia snorted coldly. He took a step forward and teleported up. He was only a few dozen meters away, but he disappeared again in a flash. Xianxia was a little surprised. It might have been an accident to escape from him once, but it was impossible to be an accident twice. He walked straight to a secret chamber, where the figure disappeared in a flash. He began to hesitate. This secret room was one of the largest on the second floor, and the people living inside were from the Biming family. After pondering for a while, he still raised his hand and sent a seal into the door. The seal directly hid inside and disappeared. In a few breaths, an extremely impatient voice came from inside, almost with a scolding tone. "Who is it?" The door of the secret room rumbled open, and a man with an angry expression said, "Didn't I tell Lord Ning Huaishu not to disturb us unless it's a critical moment?" After he was done throwing a tantrum, he fixed his eyes on the person in front of him. The person in front of him was not an ordinary disciple of the Red Moon City, and his bearing was extremely extraordinary. "You? Who are you?" "I'm Xianxia. I'm really sorry to have disturbed the Lord of Biming Dark Palace," Xianxia said. That person only felt that this name was a little familiar. Suddenly, a ray of light came from inside and directly sent him flying, making a loud bang as he hit the wall. Biming Lifeng's figure appeared at the door, his face full of shock. He hurriedly said, "So it's Master Xianxia. The servant is insensible and offended the master. I'll beat him up. Master, please come in and have a seat." Biming Lifeng's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He wiped it off and hurriedly apologized. "You're welcome. It's nothing important." Xianxia's face was expressionless. "However, I was just chasing a suspicious figure who disappeared in front of your door. So I came to ask if you have found any suspicious people." "Suspicious people? We've been in closed-door cultivation all this time," Biming Lifeng said after a moment of thought. "We haven't found anyone suspicious." A trace of suspicion flashed across Xianxia's face. "Since that's the case, I won't disturb you any further." Biming Lifeng felt embarrassed. He was afraid that he would leave a bad impression on Xianxia, so he hurriedly said, "Master Xianxia, I'm sorry about the previous matter." "Don't mind it," Xianxia said indifferently. He did not care at all. But the more he acted like this, the more Biming Lifeng felt uncertain. Right now, he wanted nothing more than to kill that cultivator. After a moment of hesitation, he suddenly said, "Master, do you know why we've been following the front line?" Xianxia stopped in his tracks. He was also very curious. "Why?" Biming Lifeng smiled wryly. "In order to go out to sea, one of our ancestors was trapped somewhere in the East Sea. The sect received his distress signal a few days ago, so we were sent out to rescue him. Who knew that there would be a war between the two races, and the coastline was completely sealed off?" Xianxia was stunned for a moment. He did not expect the other party to have such a reason, which made the higher-ups of Red Moon City speculate for a long time. In order to set out to sea as soon as possible, our Biming family has been constantly searching for a passageway in a few small cities adjacent to the Eastern Sea. However, we've discovered something suspicious in Whitewash City, Biming Lifeng said. "What suspicious thing?" Xianxia frowned. Although Whitewash City wasn't directly facing the sea like Haitiantown, it was still a small city near the East Sea. He didn't know why Biming Lifeng had suddenly mentioned this matter. "We seem to have discovered traces of the Sea tribe near Whitewash City," Biming Lifeng said in a grave tone. "What?" Xianxia was shocked and his expression changed. He asked, "Is young Master Lifeng telling the truth?" Biming Lifeng nodded. Although there aren't many of them, we did indeed see members of the Sea Tribe. We were also suspicious. We were just discussing whether we should report this to Lord Ning Huaishu. Of course. Xianxia's face became extremely serious and he suddenly said, "However, this matter is of great importance. Young Master Lifeng, have you investigated it thoroughly?" Right now, the main problem of the war between the two races was still the woman named Xiaohong. The conflict was limited to Haitian Town, where Xiaohong had once appeared. They speculated that the Sea race's purpose was to force the human race to find Xiaohong and return her to them through the war. However, if traces of the Sea Tribe had appeared in Baichong City, or if the battle had spread over, it was a sign that the city was about to be upgraded and expanded. It was very likely that it would cause a large-scale war along the entire East Sea. At that time, it would really be an irreconcilable situation between the two races. Who is that little red? What is the bottom line of the Sea race that they can tolerate? Xianxia's heart suddenly became extremely heavy. He said, "Thank you for your reminder, young Master Wind. I'll send someone to investigate. If the war escalates, I hope that Baiming Dark Palace can also help our clan." Of course, of course. Baiming Lifeng quickly replied with a smile. Secondly, the best way to solve the war is to find Li Yunxiao and Xiaohong, and then everything will be fine. Xianxia shook his head and sighed. The last time Li Yunxiao appeared in Fengling City, there was no news from him after that. Xiaohong seemed to have vanished from the world after she appeared in Haitian Town. I'm afraid it's useless to find Li Yunxiao. Perhaps this war is really much more serious than we expected. There's no need to work too hard, Grandmaster, Baiming Lifeng said. If things really get out of control, the Sacred Zone will come forward to mediate with the higher-ups of the Sea race. I don't believe that these sea beasts would dare to start an all-out war with us humans. Humph! He raised his eyebrows and snorted. Putting the number aside, as long as the Holy Region summons the 10 martial sovereigns, it'll be enough to overturn the 4 seas. If it really develops to that extent, the entire eastern region will be wreaked havoc, Xianxia said with a bitter smile. He bade his farewell. This matter is of great importance. I won't stay any longer. Thank you, young Master Lifeng. Baiming Lifeng politely sent Xianxia off. A black-robed man suddenly appeared behind Baiming Lifeng. Young Master, why did you give him such an important piece of information? Baiming Lifeng's eyes flashed as he coldly snorted. It's all because that piece of trash offended Xianxia. I wanted to make friends with this person. At this moment, the Red Moon City is facing internal and external troubles, so I might be able to poach some talents. Secondly, it's to let the Red Moon City investigate the situation in the Sea region near the Whitewash City. If the Sea race really wants to pull open the battle line, I'm afraid that all the shores have already been sealed off. How can we go out to sea then? The black-robed man remained silent. The door of the secret training room slowly closed, and there was no more movement. After a while, the space in front of the door flickered slightly, and Yunxiao's figure appeared, his face extremely pale. In order to hide from Xianxia's divine sense, he had performed secret skills one after another and had almost reached his limit. His eyes flickered with light. He originally came here to find out what the Baiming family was planning to do by hiding in the main city tower, but he didn't expect to get such a piece of news. That rainbow stone was definitely an existence similar to the Agarine, and there were people in the royal clans of the Eastern Sea who knew the use of this stone. This was why they were willing to pay any price to provoke a war and force the humans to hand over Xiaohong. He really didn't know where the bottom line of the Sea race was, because the rainbow stone was definitely gone. They couldn't really start a full-scale war between the two races, right? After thinking about it carefully, Yunxiao teleported away, but he did not leave the main city tower. Instead, he went straight to the 3rd floor. A moment later, he returned to the plaza in a flash and walked back to the Battle Blade Squad's area. The team leader and vice leader had the right to move freely, so no one asked him too much. The first day was peaceful, but the next day, just as the sky broke, the giant city trembled. A 3-colored light spread out in the sky, and all the martial artists flew up to watch. Yunxiao and Liang Yuanji flew directly up to the city wall. In the distance, A murderous aura filled the sky. After a day of rest, the sea race had indeed sent an even larger force to prepare for the siege. Liang Yuanji frowned and said, "What are these sea race people doing? They said they were going to attack the city but didn't use their full strength. Were they deliberately playing around? But every time, there would be a huge number of casualties." Yunxiao's eyes narrowed slightly. Judging from the actions of the Sea Tribe, it seemed to further confirm the news that Beiming Lifeng had received yesterday, that the war might really escalate. So they were not in a hurry at the moment. When all the battlefields were ready and attacked together, the entire eastern coastline of mankind would collapse. As the Sea Tribe's murderous roars shook the sky and they were approaching, the fire origin formation from yesterday reappeared above the sky-towering city. The sky was burned red, and a large number of meteors were falling down. Bang! 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 The entire area in front of them was covered in a sea of fire and explosions. A large number of Sea Tribe members were crushed on the spot. However, they had learned a lesson this time. They no longer attacked in a dense group, but in groups of 3 to 5, similar to the arrangement of small human teams. They attacked from all directions, which could minimize the deaths of their soldiers. As expected, the effect of the fire origin array was much worse than yesterday. After the meteor rain of fire had passed, the light on the formation brightened again. The symbols on it flew up into the air and kept breaking apart. The formation also shrank. Yunxiao's eyes narrowed slightly, knowing that the final change of the array was coming. The large number of runes that had been dismantled flew and danced in the air, forming a spiral shape that kept revolving and rising. It condensed into a huge form that rose from the ground, like a mountain that reached the sky. As the spiral coiled, the mountain burned redder and redder, and white mist spewed out from the hollow. Boom! The place where the white gas was coming from suddenly opened up. It was a huge, sinister mouth. "This is Ingluo." Even the human warriors in the city were shocked. They looked at the towering mountain outside the city in horror. It was a fire element giant beast. The moment the giant beast was formed, it roared loudly and raised its fist to punch forward. A fire fist pierced through thousands of meters of space, burning all the Sea Tribe members in its path to death. Yunxiao was also amazed as he said, "The amount of supreme-grade origin stones used to condense a fire-type source beast to such a large size must be astronomical." Cold sweat broke out on Liang Yuanji's forehead. With such a powerful elemental beast, it would be worth it no matter how many metastones he had to spend. In the distance, all the members of the sea race were dumbfounded. Not only the 3 of them, but Guangxing, who was at the back, also had a grave expression on his face as he stared at the elemental beast, deep in thought. Woof! Whoosh! The giant beast's fist danced in the air, unrivaled wherever it passed. It smacked down a large number of Sea Tribe members as if they were mosquitoes. Those who were hit all had flames rising from their bodies, and they died while wailing in pain. "Don't panic! Don't panic! Let's attack together." A few of the commanders were so angry that their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. They roared repeatedly and took the lead in fighting the fire attribute giant beast. Among them, there was a triangular flying fish tribe that was extremely fast. They dodged the fire beast's giant fists in the air and gathered more than 30 people in an instant. They rushed toward the fire beast. Bang! The person in the lead self-destructed, and a jet-black energy spread out in a small area, blasting a hole in the chest of the fire attribute giant beast. Bang! 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 Then, the 30 or so people also rushed up one after another. Their faces were full of determination, and they didn't fear death at all. All of a sudden, they rushed onto the giant beast and exploded. The giant beast's body was directly blown into pieces, and it was almost impossible for it to condense. The marine race expert was overjoyed. He suddenly shouted, "Attack! All of you attack!" All of a sudden, the fire beasts were bombarded by the overwhelming power in groups of 3 to 5, and they could not maintain their form for a while. On the spectator stand, Zhuang Shang's expression changed drastically. He turned around and teleported to the control center. His hands quickly formed a seal, and a symbol turned into a fiery red bird in his hands, flying into the main control array. Outside the sky-towering city, the fire attribute giant beast was completely dispersed, turning into a raging fire that was constantly suppressed. All of a sudden, a chirping sound rang out from within the sea of flames, and the flames immediately transformed into a massive fire sparrow, its body becoming bright and translucent. Boom! While the sea tribe members were still in a daze, the fire sparrow suddenly exploded, and a boundless sea of fire rushed out. The sea tribe cultivators who were close to the explosion didn't even have time to scream before they were instantly turned into ashes. The flames spread in all directions at a terrifying speed under the tremendous explosive force. In the control center, Xianxia put down the seal in his hand and heaved a sigh of relief. He directly teleported back to the spectating platform. Although the fire that filled the sky had a strong impact, it could not last long and dissipated in an instant. The sky outside the city was filled with wolves, and a large number of members of the sea tribe were either dead or heavily injured. However, the remaining members were still slowly gathering, and they once again formed a force that could not be ignored. Although the sea tribe's intelligence isn't high, their bravery is far beyond our races. Fu Yichuan sighed. Xianxia said in a serious tone, I think they're trying to test our strength by attacking us again and again. This time, they're much stronger than the last time. Moreover, they didn't retreat even after being severely injured. They seemed to be getting bolder and bolder. The other martial emperor's face turned cold as he said, I think we should give them a heavy blow. We should kill them until they're terrified and their morale is completely destroyed. Master Xianxia, that fire-type source beast still has several levels of power that can be raised, Fu Yichuan said. Why did you let it self-destruct? Wouldn't that be a waste of a consolidating equipment? Xianxia's expression was solemn. The sea tribe's courage is above my expectations. The fire element source beast's 9 heavens martial emperor state is the ultimate evolution. It's one of the city's 5 trump cards. We can't expose it before we have a clear idea of the enemy's situation. Our only goal is to defend the city. Defending the city is the minimum requirement, Ning Huaishu said. It'll be even better if we can defeat them. Xianxia smiled wryly. If it was before, I might have directly raised that fire-type source beast to the 9th rank. However, I just received some extremely bad news from Beiming Lifeng. If this is true, we'll be in big trouble. Therefore, the mission to take Skyscraping City would be tougher. We can't lose it. What news? Everyone was shocked and quickly asked. Xianxia explained everything one by one, and at the same time he voiced his concerns. Everyone was shocked, their faces full of disbelief. In Master's opinion, what's the possibility that the sea race will escalate the war? Ning Huaishu asked in shock. Xianxia shook his head and said, It's impossible to estimate. It depends on how important the girl named Xiaohong is to the royal families of Donghai. But even if she's the princess of the royal family of the Eastern Sea, she wouldn't go so far as to use the entire Eastern Sea as a stake. I'll immediately report this to the Red Moon City and let old man Tang Qing make the decision, Ning Huaishu said. Reporting back to the Red Moon City is naturally the most urgent matter, but I would like to send some people to White Surge City to investigate and see if it's true. Xianxia nodded. Behind him, Liao Yongbing's pupils shrank, and he was overwhelmed with shock. Earlier, Yunxiao had taken the initiative to find him and sent him a voice transmission, saying that it was very likely that he would send several teams to Whitewash City, and that he would take the initiative to fight for the spot. At first, he thought that it was extremely unbelievable, but he didn't expect it to be true. Yunxiao's meticulous mind and accurate speculation made him feel a great fear, and even a little afraid. However, on second thought, if the other party wanted to harm him, he would not have spoken out to save him. Thinking of this, his heart calmed down a little. Ning Huaishu frowned. The battle in this city is already intense enough. How can we send people out? If we want to send people, let Liaguang City send people. The rest of the people also shook their heads, thinking that it was inappropriate to assign manpower at this time. Xianxia said, I only asked 1 or 2 masters to lead a few small teams to investigate. It's not enough to assign our strength. Almost all of the people in Blazing Light City have never come into contact with the sea race. I'm afraid that I won't be able to do my job well. After all, this matter is very important, so it's better to have experienced people. Liao Yongbing sighed in his heart. He did not know whether Yunxiao's divination was heaven-defying or that he was in cahoots with Zhuangsheng. It was as if those words were spoken on his behalf. Liao Yongbing immediately stood up and said, I completely agree with Master Zhuangsheng's words. In terms of experience in dealing with the sea race, I'm afraid no one can beat me. In addition, I was also injured before, so I won't be of much help here. It's better for me to lead a few teams. It'd be great if Sir Yongbing could go. Zhuangsheng was overjoyed. His gaze turned to Ning Huaishu. Although his prestige was extremely high, Ning Huaishu was the leader of the battle here, so he had to agree first. Ning Huaishu frowned and thought for a while, then said, All right, then go quickly and come back quickly. Don't take too long. Once you discover the tracks of the sea race, do not act rashly and immediately report back. Yes, Liao Yongbing replied. Ning Huaishu said, Since we've decided to go and investigate, we must be careful of the danger. I'm really worried about Lord Yongbing going alone. Let 2 more people come with Lord. On the surface, he seemed to have suddenly become generous, but everyone present was a sly old fox. They knew that Ning Huaishu was afraid that the Michaud incident would happen again and that Liao Yongbing would take a detour and run away. So he had sent 2 people to follow him. They called it help, but in fact they were monitoring him. Liao Yongbing didn't mind and said, It would be even better if we could have the help of other lords. When this wave of attack is repelled, you guys can go ahead. Ning Huaishu immediately picked 2 of his confidants. They were both Tier 6 martial supreme powerhouses and were more than enough to protect Liao Yongbing. In addition, he was indeed afraid of situations happening. The more people there were, the better the ability to deal with things. After that, the 3 of them each picked a team to lead, and Liao Yongbing naturally picked Warblade. At this moment, nearly half of the Sea Race's people had been killed after the Fire Beast's attack and the Fire Sparrow's self-destruction. However, there were still nearly 20,000 people left. They gathered together and came over in a mighty manner. How should we attack this time? Ning Huaishu asked. After receiving the news from Baichong City, Ning Huaishu also became cautious. The skyscraping city had 5 major restriction trump cards, but now they were somewhat restrained and did not dare to act rashly. If the war was really going to spread across the entire coastline, the skyscraping city would definitely be the strongest city on the east coastline. It would be of great significance, and they could not afford to lose it. Why don't you let us do it? Hong Juanhuan asked. It's just 20,000 people, and there's not even a single 9 heavens martial sovereign. Although it'll take some effort to kill them, it's just like cutting radishes. No, Zhuangsheng said. You're the absolute high-end power of the giant city. Once our strength is exposed, the consequences will be unimaginable. In my opinion, let's let some of the level 1 squads and all the level 2 and 3 squads fight. We'll just treat it as a training session. That's good, Ning Huaishu said. We can let them hone themselves more to deal with more difficult situations in the future. The order was quickly passed down, and a large number of sect disciples also set out. There were also some martial supreme-level itinerant cultivators who were organized into level 1 teams of 5. Their abilities were even stronger than the sect's teams, so they were kept as trump cards. Only 8 teams were selected from each sect's team, making up a total of 20 martial supreme powerhouses. As soon as the city gate tower's restriction was opened, everyone soared into the sky. More than 2,000 people were densely distributed in the surroundings, each of them with cold eyes, waiting in battle formation. Behind the Sea Tribe, Guangxing stared coldly into the distance and said, What? Has this giant city used up all its trump cards? Do we need those human beings to do it themselves? The ancient lizard commander said, The fire giant's aura was huge. It must have required a lot of resources. However, it was restrained by the self-destruction of some of its clansmen. The humans must have felt that it was not worth it to use that kind of restriction again. It's impossible for such a magnificent city to only have 1 restriction, Guangxing said indifferently. They must be keeping a trump card. However, from the looks of it, even if he had a trump card, he would not have many. Because the human race's numbers are too small, it's hard to make up for the losses, but they'd rather send out martial artists to fight. Does this mean that the strength of the entire city is about the same? Commander Jiao Ha asked. The ancient lizard commander rolled its eyes at him and said, "What, you want to go over and attack? If we know the enemy's background, what's wrong with attacking them head-on?" Commander Jiao Ha said. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Guangxing, as if the previous failures had already made them unable to bear it, and they wanted to vent their dissatisfaction. Guangxing's eyes swept across the room, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Let's just wait. I want to take down this city without any mistakes, and there is no room for failure. Lord Guangxing, with our strength, we're basically safe. Summoning the deep-sea giant beast is just adding flowers to a brocade. Jiaoha's commander could not help but say. Guangxing placed his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "It doesn't matter if a few more deep-sea monsters die, but you can't afford to lose them. Now, the entire East Coast is mobilizing the army, and a large-scale war will break out at the first touch. Almost all the experts in the nearby sea region are in my hands. Not only do I want to take this city without a mistake, but I also want to become the core of the war in the entire eastern region. I can't do without you." Everyone's bodies trembled as they hurriedly replied, "Yes." Guangxing waved his hand. "Let the three of them do it. It's better than I expected. At least it won't be so boring." On the skyscraping city, a square platform protruded from a corner of the city wall, on which lay a large golden bronze drum, which glowed slowly under the sun. There were 4 martial emperor powerhouses standing guard around the war drum. They sat cross-legged in the air and cultivated with their eyes closed. Suddenly, a ray of light fell and turned into the figure of a martial artist. The 4 martial emperor powerhouses were shocked and said, "Greetings, Lord Xiaochu." This person was Zhang Xiaochu, one of the 5 hall masters of the 4 extremes sect. He grabbed in the air, and the battle drum glowed with silver light. In an instant, it absorbed most of the spiritual qi in the surroundings. The surface of the drum emitted a white light, and a golden shadow appeared on it, growing larger and larger. Bang! A ray of golden light shot up and shook the drum. The golden shadow suddenly broke out of the drum. It was a drumstick that was more than 10 meters long. It kept spinning in the air, creating a strong field energy with the war drum. The gold and silver light affected each other. "Are we going to use the Great Desolation Drum?" one of the martial emperor powerhouses asked in shock. Every time there was an enemy signal, the drum would sound 3 times in a row, but it was only lightly hit by the 4 guards. "But use 1/10 of its power," Zhang Xiaochu said. "Let's make the sea tribe suffer a little." His left hand formed a seal and his right hand reached toward the air. The golden drumstick was pulled by his suction force and slowly flew down. However, the silver light on the surface of the drum was so bright that it felt as if it was being pulled away from its flesh and bone. All of a sudden, a silver light shot out from the surface of the drum and headed toward the golden drumstick, trying to take it back. "Humph!" Zhang Xiaochu snorted coldly and immediately cast a spell with his left hand. A golden light shot toward the silver light and hit back into the drum, making a dull sound. The suction force of the golden drumstick suddenly reduced. Zhang Xiaochu held it in his hand and poured his essence force into it. Beams of golden light bloomed and danced in the air. The 4 martial sovereigns around him were shocked. They knew the power of the great desolate war drum. They had tried to summon the drumsticks, but none of them succeeded. Zhang Xiaochu held the golden drumstick, jumped up, and hit the war drum hard. Bang! An earth-shaking sound rang out, and a silver light burst out from the back of the war drum. It turned into a golden wave that swept toward the oceanic species experts that were surging toward the city. The faces of the members of the sea tribe in front of him changed drastically. They stopped and used all kinds of ultimate skills. All of a sudden, they were all colorful and smashed into the silver wave. Bang! 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 Most of the attacks were like ants trying to shake a tree. They all exploded under the silver wave. His entire body was also penetrated by the wave, and he lost his life with one move. Only a few powerful members of the Sea Tribe in the 8 Desolate Territory were able to break through the silver waves and form a layer of defense around their bodies to save their lives. The silver waves were obstructed by a powerful force and pushed forward in the air for a distance before finally disappearing. A large number of corpses of the Sea Tribe fell to the ground. The warriors in the sky above the giant city all shouted. Bang! Another drumbeat spread out, and immediately, a large number of Sea race members fell one after another. However, all of them were on guard. Moreover, those who charged at the front and hadn't died were all powerful existences. This time, they quickly annihilated the silver wave. Zhang Xiaochu frowned, and a cold look flashed in his eyes. Several runes flew out of the golden drum stick in his hand, forming a group of patterns in the air, and then he hit the war drum. Boom! The sound this time was different from the previous two. A sound wave turned into a rainbow and flew up from the drum. It turned into a vast chi of the cloud sea and rushed toward the sea race. Woo-woo! Woo-woo! Suddenly, the melodious sound of a conch rang out in the distance, as if it was calling for something in the twilight sea. Then, the sound of conch shell rang out, rising and falling one after another. It was low and followed a certain rhythm. The cloud-like drum sounds were blocked by an invisible force all of a sudden. Unable to advance any further, they dissipated in the air outside the city. Zhang Xiaochu's expression changed abruptly, showing a trace of anger. He was about to activate the power of the war drum again when he suddenly heard an order, calling him back. His face twitched, and he snorted coldly. He threw the drum stick away unwillingly, turned around, and flew away from the drum stand. The drumstick immediately turned into a ray of golden light and flew into the great desolation drum. The entire battle drum became quiet and the spiritual energy fluctuations on it disappeared. The 4 martial emperor powerhouses who were guarding the city looked at each other and fixed their eyes on the outside of the city. They looked extremely worried. Along with the sound of the conch, there was a hua-hua sound in the sky, as if they had returned to the sea. All the members of the Sea clan felt their blood burning. Their auras rose to the peak as they roared and rushed forward. Zhang Xiaochu returned to the spectator stand and said angrily, "Why did Lord Huaishu ask me to stop? It's better to directly summon the desolate ancient barbarian sound and kill all these Sea race members." Ning Huaishu said indifferently, "We have strong opponents, so does the other party? Since they've already retaliated with the conch sound, we'll stop for the time being. I don't want this attack to escalate so that we won't be able to achieve our purpose of training them." "That's right," Hong Juanhuan nodded. "We paid a lot of money to summon these martial artists to kill the enemies. If we have to do everything, what's the point of having them?" Zhang Xiaochu snorted coldly and crossed his arms in front of his chest. He didn't say anything. The warriors in the sky-towering city were already waiting for the sound of the conch sound. When they saw the sound of the drum being extinguished and the Sea Tribe's experts rushing within hundreds of meters, they all shouted and rushed out. "Kill the enemy in groups," Yunxiao said in a deep voice. "Don't be too far apart, and look out for each other. Don't stretch the battlefront of the whole team too long." "Yes," everyone responded, including Liang Yuanji. Their boiling blood calmed down. Killing the enemy was important, but staying alive was more important. The 2,000 human warriors rushed out and instantly drowned in the Sea Tribe warriors. Their numbers were almost 10 times that of the human warriors. Under the impact, many human warriors died. The entire battlefield continued to expand, and a steady stream of Sea Tribe warriors rushed in. Yunxiao was still holding an 8th-tier saber in his hand, and his strength was suppressed to the level of an 8 stars Marshal Supreme. However, each slash killed a Sea Clan expert, and it was impossible for them to avoid his attacks. Moreover, he had specifically chosen the enemy's high-level martial venerables to kill and left the weaker ones to his own teammates. In just a few breaths' time, he had killed more than 10 high-level martial venerables and rushed into the enemy's camp. "Lord Fei Yang," Liang Yuanji shouted, "don't drag the battle line too long. The members of the Battle Blade team were shocked by Shifeng's bravery and strength. At the same time, they began to worry for him. "Mind your own business," Xianxia said indifferently. "I'll take care of you." The members of the Battle Blade team were all stunned, but they soon revealed bitter smiles. With his strength, he indeed had the right to say such words. Although the Sea Tribe warriors who had been filtered by Xianxia were still large in number, the small team was able to kill more than 10 of them in a few moves, and their mission was considered completed. The crowd in the spectator stand quietly looked down. The entire battle was under their control. Once the situation changed, they would immediately take action. After all, almost all the teams were gathered here, and they could not afford to make any mistakes. Is that masked warrior really only an 8-star martial supreme? He had been looking at the entire battlefield, but he soon found that Xianxia was almost unparalleled. No matter whether his opponent was a peak martial honor or a very strong shell, he was killed with one strike without exception. Liao Yangbing's heart skipped a beat and he started to worry. I also feel that there is something wrong with this young man. Although his yuan power is indeed that of an 8-star martial supreme, his blade technique is extremely ruthless and accurate. It secretly contains supreme blade intent, so he can easily kill the enemies of a 9-star martial supreme. But that's not a problem, Fu Yichuan said seriously. The problem is that he's killed almost 100 people, but the elemental energy fluctuations from his body haven't weakened at all. Liao Yangbing put on a fake smile and said, "Then this person must be a peak martial honor or a martial emperor in disguise. This has happened before. It's not a bad thing." Zhuang Sheng nodded. Everyone has their own thoughts. Since he wants to hide his strength, it's understandable. If he can survive the war, then Yunruo's reward will be based on the rank of a martial supreme. Fu Yichuan nodded. That's true. The courage he had when he killed the Ghost Eel commander, as well as the military merits he has displayed now, can be given in excess. Even those martial sovereigns aren't as nimble as him. Hong Juanhuan's pupils constricted and he suddenly said, "Don't you think he's too quick?" After killing dozens of people, the martial supreme powerhouses in the level 1 team obviously don't have enough origin power. They have to use the second or even the third move when facing a peak martial honor. Under the siege of several peak martial honors, they were trapped again and again, and it was difficult for them to win. However, this person still kills them with one slash, as if he was chopping radishes. So what? Zhang Xiaochu asked. It only means that his true strength is above that of an ordinary martial supreme. Everyone nodded, and Hong Juanhuan did not say anything else. Liao Yangbing breathed a sigh of relief. If these people found out Yunxiao's identity, he would probably die a terrible death on the spot. How could Yunxiao not know that he would arouse suspicion if he killed the enemies like this? But the more the Sea Tribe surrounded him, the more angry he was. The more he killed, the heavier the murderous aura on his body, and the more excited he was. "Keep your heart and don't be possessed by the devil," the demonic dragon suddenly reminded. "Humph." Yunxiao snorted coldly and said, "I've refined the devil a long time ago. How can he be possessed by the devil?" "The devil is born from the heart," the demon dragon said. "When did you refine the devil in your heart?" "Pfft, don't gossip with me. These sea people are really hateful," Yunxiao said angrily. "They don't even hesitate to start a war between two races for a rainbow stone. In that case, I don't need to be polite when I kill them. You're the one who should be blamed," the demon dragon scolded. "You took someone else's things and you still blame them for coming to our door? If the rainbow stone is a dead object," Yunxiao said, "I can return it to them. But now she has already turned into a living person and has swallowed my agarine. How can I return it?" Within a few telepathic exchanges, another dozen Sea Tribe members had died under his blade. Those who were low-level revered martial artists and below had basically been killed with a single slash. The members of the Sea Tribe around him also went crazy. Their eyes were red, and they didn't use their unique skills. Instead, they roared and rushed up to self-destruct. "Humph!" Yunxiao snorted coldly as he threw the saber away and stood in the air. The saber kept flying in the air and opened around him. A ray of saber light bloomed in all directions. Bang! 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 Before those self-destructing members of the Sea Tribe could reach the light, they were slashed and exploded in the air. All kinds of explosions were heard. Although the Sea Tribe was not afraid of death, their suicidal behavior, which was like a moth darting into the fire, still terrified them. After the saber spun several times and fell back into Yunxiao's hand, all of them retreated, and no one dared to step forward. A cold look flashed across Yunxiao's face as he continued to approach the Sea Tribe. With a whoosh, the Sea Tribe members actually retreated to both sides to make way for him, which surprised Yunxiao. Looking at the members of the Sea Tribe who were trembling in fear, the killing intent in his eyes suddenly disappeared, and his mind calmed down. Although he was a foreign race, although his intelligence was not high, although he was courageous, he was still a living creature. Who would not be afraid of death? Who would be willing to die in such a cowardly manner? However, the two races had no choice in the battle. Yunxiao did not continue to chase after them, but began to turn back with a cold look on his face. With a wave of his saber, several people screamed and died. It was as if he had returned to the past, when he had killed countless experts in the 8,000 miles of sea. The pressure on the members of the Battle Blade team suddenly increased after Yunxiao had gone far away. They were surrounded by a large number of sea people, and the battle circle gradually shrank. Their eyes were spitting fire, and they could no longer tell whose blood was on their bodies. There was only kill, kill, kill in their minds. Chen Zhongwei's face was even more ferocious. He wanted to settle all the old and new grudges together. His entire body was filled with violent emotions. He wanted to rush up and bite these Sea Tribe members to pieces. Hiss! Just as he was surrounded by two martial honors of similar strength and was in danger, two rays of light suddenly flashed past and the two martial honors were cut in half and fell from the sky. Blood splattered all over his face, and in his shock, he saw Yunxiao, who had an indifferent look on his face. Lord Feiyang Xianxia. Although Chen Zhongwei knew that Yunxiao's strength was extraordinary, his performance was a little too shocking, and he was stunned for a moment. Yunxiao did not even look at him. He just said indifferently, "Don't die." The saber radiance streaked across once again and attacked the other members of the Sea Tribe who were besieging the small team. Chen Zhongwei's heart warmed. He quickly looked around and immediately retreated to the battle circle of the Battle Blade team. With Yunxiao's return, the pressure on everyone was greatly reduced, and they all breathed a sigh of relief. The entire battle ring became smaller and smaller, and a large number of corpses piled up below. Everyone in the spectator stands was pale. Their hands were stained with blood, but this was the first time they had experienced such a bloodthirsty battle. Hot blood surged in their bodies, and they wanted to rush out and kill the enemy. There was only one person. As more and more people died, the expression on his face became more and more excited, and he couldn't help but lick his lips. Zhuangshang turned around and glanced at him. "Chikage-sama, is that enough?" "Kiki." Duan Chenyu stuck out his long tongue and licked his lower lip. He laughed eerily. His voice sent chills down everyone's spine, and they could not help but look disgusted. The martial artists beside him snorted coldly and walked away, not wanting to get too close to him. Duan Chenyu didn't care about the crowd's expressions. He laughed and said, "It's almost done, a little more would be better. This trip wasn't in vain. I'm really looking forward to the war escalating." Ning Huaishu's face was also pale, and he felt like retching, but he still forced a smile and said, "Since Chikage-sama likes this kind of scene, why don't you send more people over?" "No, no, no." Duan Chenyu shook his head, his eyes shining. "I can't even have enough of these vengeful souls and malicious ghosts for myself. How can I let others have a share? Unless the war escalates and hundreds of powerhouses at your level die, that would be more like it." Ha ha ha. "If hundreds of high-level martial sovereigns die, the entire eastern region will basically fall," Zhuangshang said with a bitter smile. Duan Chenyu let out a strange laugh. "If there are 100 vengeful souls of high-level martial sovereigns, I can refine a heaven-class golden soul. I can avenge you all." The rest of the people were all upset, but no one was willing to provoke the experts of the Soul Devourer sect. Moreover, they were all on the same side now. The more abnormal and powerful this person was, the more beneficial it would be for them. Thus, they all turned their heads away and ignored him. Duan Chenyu laughed for a while, then stopped when he realized that it was boring. He looked outside and licked his lips more and more frequently with his long tongue. He kept sucking his saliva. It's almost time. Just as everyone's hair stood on end from the sound of their saliva being sucked in, and they were almost at their limit, Duan Chenyu laughed out loud, turned into a ray of light, and rushed out. His figure appeared in the sky and looked coldly at the battlefield. He threw out a soul-devouring banner and directly launched it in the air, growing larger and larger. The long silk was fluttering in the air. The strange black symbols on it flew out and circled in the air. Gradually, they formed a small black formation. The power on it suddenly dispersed. The entire sky darkened in an instant, as if night had fallen. There was no light at all. Everyone's heart trembled as they looked up in horror. They didn't know where the martial artist had shown his remarkable power, but he could actually change the phenomenon of heaven and earth. When the human powerhouses saw who it was, although they didn't know who it was, they at least knew that it was a human. They were overjoyed and cheered as if they had seen their savior. Yunxiao's eyes narrowed. He naturally knew that it was someone from the Soul Devourer sect, so he said indifferently, "The moment this person makes his move, the battle will end. Everyone, be careful." The members of the Battle Blade team were stunned. Since it was an expert from their side, what did it mean to be careful? "This man is from the Soul Devourer sect," Yunxiao explained. "Once they start eating souls, they don't distinguish between friend and foe, and only care about their own pleasure. Now that the two races are at war, Red Moon City should restrain him and not act too rashly, but we still have to be careful. If he accidentally eats your soul, I don't think Red Moon City will seek justice for you." When everyone heard this, they immediately felt a chill in their hearts and their heads began to ache. Among the 7 major sects, the Soul Devourer sect was undoubtedly the most troublesome and feared sect for all the warriors. They often fled the moment they heard their name. Now, hearing Yunxiao's words, they became even more nervous, and their killing speed slowed down. Instead, they were more afraid of the top. In the distance, the 3 commanders of the sea race saw that the sky had turned dark, and their faces also changed. The ugly fish said angrily, "A high-level martial supreme from the human race has made a move. What do we do?" The commander cried out. Although the 3 of them had suffered heavy losses during their several sieges, they had received praise from Guangxing, who had directly appointed Ugly Fish as the highest commander. This way, Commander Li Jing and Commander Emoting had nothing to say. Basically, Ugly Fish was in charge and would listen to his orders. The Ugly Fish said coldly, "You shameless thing. You're only a high-level martial supreme, yet you're actually attacking these dregs. Li Jing, it's up to you to go and meet him." The commander was stunned for a moment, and then his face flashed with joy. He laughed wildly and said, "Ha! I should have done so long ago," because the Ugly Fish's strategy was simply to delay and not seek victory. The Strength Whale commander didn't think that he would be sent out to fight. He had long been unable to bear the front line. As soon as he received the order, he immediately turned into a ray of light and flew forward. The Ugly Fish said, "Although we don't seek victory, we can't allow humans to be so shameless. Commander Emoting, you'll be in charge of guarding the formation to prevent other humans from ambushing you. If anything goes wrong, return immediately and don't be greedy for battle." "All right." The demon otter also turned into a beam of light and chased after the whale. The Ugly Fish hesitated for a moment, then immediately ordered, "Everyone, get ready. Lead the troops forward." There was a flash of cold anger on his face. If the humans really sent a large number of high-level martial sovereigns to besiege them, the remaining 50,000 Sea Tribe members would immediately attack the city with all their might and fight to the death. He had a rough idea of the skyscraping city's strength. With the 20,000 Sea Tribe soldiers in front of him and the 50,000 Sea Tribe soldiers now, even if they couldn't take down the city, they could at least break half of its defense. When the deep-sea giant beasts were summoned from the rear, they would be able to break through the city easily. The moment the soul-devouring banner appeared, the entire sky changed its color and became dark. A faint green color began to appear on the corpses that had piled up like a mountain below. Little by little, they flew up like fireflies, illuminating the corpses and presenting a gloomy and terrifying scene. However, there were still tens of thousands of people fighting above. They didn't feel that it was eerie or terrifying, but everyone felt that it was very strange. They didn't know what kind of magical power this was. A large group of Sea Tribe cultivators charged at Duan Qianyu, but he killed them with a single flick of his finger. He extracted their souls on the spot and threw them at the soul-devouring banner. A ghostly face immediately appeared in the house, revealing a strange smile. It opened its mouth and swallowed the souls of the Sea Tribe. Swish! Everyone below sucked in a breath of cold air. Whether it was the sea race or the humans, they all felt a chill and couldn't help but shiver. How many people had ever seen someone extract a person's soul to feed an evil ghost? Soul Devourer Sect. This is the Lord of the Soul Devourer Sect. A warrior couldn't help but exclaim in shock. It was hard to tell whether he was afraid or surprised. However, after a brief moment of fear, the morale of most of the human ancient martial art practitioners was greatly boosted. They laughed wildly and said, "Ha-ha! It's the Lord of the Soul Devourer Sect. The 7 superpowers have all sent their experts. Everyone, kill with all your might." All of a sudden, the sounds of killing shook the sky. The pent-up feelings that had been suppressed by the sea race were instantly lifted, and their morale was high. At this moment, the specks of fluorescent light that were surging up gradually condensed in the process of rising, revealing the appearances of various Sea Clan members and humans when they were alive. Their faces were dull, and some showed shock and horror, letting themselves float freely. The eyes of the ghostly face on the soul-devouring banner suddenly shone brightly. Under the brilliant golden light, it slowly flew out of the banner and opened its mouth to suck in. Everyone on the battlefield suddenly felt a cold wind blowing, and a chill ran down their spines. They saw countless souls fly up from their sides and be directly sucked into the strange big face. The killing intent that filled the entire place suddenly disappeared, and was replaced by a chill. Everyone gradually stopped fighting, and couldn't help but circulate their yuan power to dispel the fear that came from the soul. Kakik! Duan Qian, you had a great time sucking and could not help but laugh wildly. He raised his right hand high and spread his fingers apart. 2 of his fingers bent down and formed a seal. He pointed at the sky. After devouring tens of thousands of souls, the golden soul slave's body swelled up. A rune appeared on its forehead, corresponding to the seal in Duan Qianyou's hand. Yun Xiao frowned, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes as he said, "Be careful, everyone." As soon as he finished speaking, the golden soul slave exploded with a bang. "Eh? What's going on?" Everyone looked up, somewhat puzzled. Could it be that he had eaten too much and exploded? Just as they were puzzled, the exploded golden soul slave turned into countless rays of light and flew down. Every ray of light revealed an identical face with a strange expression and a terrifying smile. The eyes of the soul slave shone as if a ferocious beast that had been hungry for a few days had seen delicious food. "Ah!" Suddenly, a Sea Tribe warrior screamed. A ray of light pierced through his body, and when it came out from his back, he was biting a pale yellow light. Looking carefully, that pale yellow light was the appearance of the Sea Tribe warrior. His face was filled with fear, and his limbs were constantly struggling, but all of it was in vain. He was directly eaten by the face. After the face ate the soul of the Sea Tribe warrior, its entire body became a bit bigger, and it revealed a satisfied expression. However, it seemed to be hungry again very quickly. It directly stared at a nearby warrior and rushed over. Ah! The martial artist was a human, and when he saw the ball of light rushing over, he panicked for a moment, but he quickly calmed down and forced a smile. "Haha! I forgot that the Lord is on our side. I've lost my composure. I've lost my composure." He even smiled at the ball of light that was rushing over and nodded in greeting. The face in the light laughed even more heartily. It passed through the cultivator's body and came out with the cultivator's soul in its mouth. The soul's face showed panic and disbelief. After struggling for a while, it was swallowed by the ghostly face, which grew even bigger. What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded and felt their blood run cold. Why are you eating your own people? While they were still in a daze, the countless rays of light had already flown down from the sky. Each of them was a ghostly face that had already eaten the souls of hundreds of warriors, including many humans. The members of the Battle Blade team were also frightened, and only then did they understand what Xianxia meant when he said to be careful. They did not take it seriously before, thinking that Xianxia was exaggerating, but now they hated him for not shouting to run away. How could they fight? The two rays of light devoured the members of the Sea tribe in front of the Battle Blade squad. They grew larger and pounced toward them. Everyone's expression changed drastically, and bean-sized cold sweat dripped down. The unknown was the most terrifying thing. No one had ever fought against this kind of thing, and it ate souls directly. They were all trembling in fear. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two rays of blade light streaked across the sky and directly split the two ghostly faces apart. The two ghostly faces that had been cut into 4 pieces suddenly turned into 4 rays of green light. After spinning in the air, they directly combined into an even bigger ghostly face. It opened its mouth wide and bit at them again. Xianxia frowned. This soul slave was already at the profound gold level, and even if it had countless incarnations, it could not be killed by ordinary power. The fastest way was to suppress it with Emperor Aura, but he could not use it at this moment. He had no choice but to strike again. With a slash, it turned into a saber cage and tore the soul slave into pieces. Although they couldn't be completely killed, each time they were killed, these soul slaves would lose some of their strength. At least, they were more than enough to protect themselves. Furthermore, there were many martial sovereigns in the human level 1 squads. In their anger, they used their Emperor Qi to kill many soul slaves. At this moment, Ning Huaishu, who was on the spectator stand, was already quite angry. He roared, "Duan Qian, you deserve to die." Duan Qianyou's entire body trembled. An extremely dangerous aura came from the spectator stand. He saw that Ning Huaishu's eyes were filled with killing intent, and golden light kept surging from his palm, as if he was going to kill him. He trembled in fear and hurriedly said, "Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. This was definitely a misunderstanding. Lord Huaishu, please calm your anger." His hands quickly formed seals and sent them into the soul-devouring flag. Many of the soul slaves on the battlefield stopped and began to distinguish between friend and foe, only attacking the sea race. Ning Huaishu's expression changed several times, and finally, the golden light in his hand slowly dissipated. He said coldly, "If I see you killing another of your kind, I'll definitely cut you into 1,000 pieces." Duan Qianyu forced a smile out of embarrassment, but he felt that it was a pity. Humans had a natural advantage in intelligence, and their souls were stronger than other races. Under the same cultivation base, sucking the souls of 1 human expert was equivalent to 5 sea race experts. Therefore, under the misunderstanding just now, he mainly ate the souls of humans. In just a few short breaths, he had eaten the souls of nearly 100 people. No wonder the Soul Devourer sect was hated by the whole world, Fu Yichuan said coldly. Such a cultivation technique and such a mentality are too evil. Fear flashed in Zhuangsheng's eyes as he sighed. That's why the Soul Devourer sect now has an iron rule that they can't kill people for no reason, which is why they have a chance of survival. Leaving some leeway for others is the same as leaving some leeway for themselves. Otherwise, they won't be able to survive if they cause public outrage on the continent. Alchemists were even more afraid of the Soul Devourer clan, and the souls of alchemists were their favorite. Every time Duan Qianyu looked at him, Zhuangsheng felt that he was food. He had not taken it seriously before, but now he could not help but break out in a cold sweat when he saw Duan Qianyu eating the souls of his enemies without even distinguishing between friend and foe. If it wasn't for the fact that this person's technique is of great use, I really want to kill him right now. Ning Huaishu snorted coldly. When the soul slaves outside the giant city started to attack each other, all the humans were relieved. However, they were still alert and kept a distance when they saw the soul slaves coming. At the same time, the pressure on them was also greatly reduced, and the sea race immediately fell into chaos. However, they also discovered that although these soul slaves couldn't be killed, they could be continuously scattered. At the very least, they could keep their lives. Duanchenyo's expression turned cold. The speed at which the soul slaves devoured the living souls was getting slower and slower. Although there were countless incarnations, each of them was extremely weak. He changed his hand seals and formed a symbol. He pointed it in the air. An array of light fell like flower petals. The scattered soul slaves began to gather together and became larger and larger. In the span of a few breaths, the hundreds of soul slaves turned into 3. Each of them was emitting a golden light. They laughed eerily as they ate the sea tribe members. This time they were completely unrivaled. The attacks of the Sea Clan fell on the 3 golden soul slaves like rocks in the ocean. The 3 golden soul slaves were devouring the sea tribe souls in large mouthfuls. They ate a few at a time. The sea tribe souls didn't even have time to struggle before they were swallowed in an instant. Boom! Suddenly, the sky trembled and an extremely powerful force exploded in the air. Then, a blue energy fell from the sky and struck a golden soul slave. Bang! The golden soul slave immediately exploded into countless rays of light, and all kinds of sharp and strange sounds kept gushing out. In the end, it retreated a few feet and condensed again, but the light was much dimmer. Duanchenyo's expression changed drastically. He quickly clasped his hands together and the 3 golden soul slaves merged into one. They glowed with golden light and flew back to his side. He grabbed the soul-devouring flag in the air and became vigilant. The faces of the people in the spectator stand also changed slightly. They all looked at the void. A black hole appeared where the punch had landed, and a figure slowly appeared. The figure was light blue in color and had a burly figure. He was only 1.5 human tall, with 2 fangs on his face and a fierce look in his eyes. When all the Sea Clan members saw this, they immediately cheered and shouted, "Commander Strength Whale! The Strength Whale Commander!" All of a sudden, the morale that had been beaten down rose instantly. "A high-level Marshal Supreme of the Sea Tribe?" Duanchenyu asked. A cold smile appeared on the commander's face as he said, "Despicable human, you're having a good time." Duanchenyu licked his lips and chuckled. "Not bad. Not bad. Your soul is comparable to an ordinary martial sovereign's. Did you send it here to nourish me?" The commander of the Strength Whale showed a ferocious smile, took a step forward, and threw a punch. He said in a cold voice, "Yeah, let's see if you can eat it." Boom! The entire space exploded, and the powerful force swept everything in the surroundings. A black hole appeared under the wind of the fist, and the cracks spread like a spider web. Duanchenyu was shocked. The might of such a fist force was extremely overbearing. Not only was it as powerful as Mount Tai, but it had also compressed the space to a point, making it impossible for anyone to escape. He hurriedly rolled up the soul-devouring flag in his hand and used it as a profound-level weapon to block the attack. Bang! The soul-devouring banner was hit by a punch, and an unparalleled force shook it. Duanchen felt as if all the bones in his body were about to break, and blood spurted out of his internal organs. He was thrown back more than 10 steps before he could stabilize his body. Strength Whale Commander! Commander Strength Whale! The Sea Tribe members immediately cheered and danced. Due to the appearance of the commander, the people of the 2 clans immediately scattered and formed 2 distinct factions. They all retreated behind them, leaving the battlefield to the 2. Duanchenyo's injury did not garner any sympathy from the crowd. They all stared at him coldly, and some even looked like they deserved it. "Is it good? Trash!" The Strength Whale Commander sneered, and his body disappeared on the spot with a whoosh. So fast! Everyone was taken aback. Originally, the other party's clumsy body and huge strength should have meant that his agility was extremely low. Unexpectedly, his speed was so fast that it exceeded everyone's expectations. Bang! The moment the mighty whale commander appeared, another fist will was sent out. Duan Qianyu was thrown into the sky, and a long stream of blood spurted out of his mouth. The faces of the spectators immediately turned ugly. They had been completely defeated in just 2 moves. This was too demoralizing. "Let me go," Ren Zhanxiong said coldly. "Since this fanged sea beast dares to come here alone, it must have some skills. Duan Qianyu is not suitable to deal with such a fast and powerful expert." Ning Huaishu started to hesitate, looking at the others for help. "Let's wait and see," Zhang Xiaochu said coldly. "He's a 7 stars martial sovereign after all. Is this the only way he can bully the weak and fear the strong?" Everyone nodded in agreement. After all, they did not have a good impression of Duan Qianyu. If they were not on the same side, they would have applauded him for being killed. Duan Qianyu's body seemed to have been severely injured. After being sent flying, he was suspended in the air, motionless. "Scum, you're not dead yet?" The commander looked up in disdain and said coldly, "Rather than living such a humiliating life, it's better to end it early." His figure flickered as he rushed forward again and threw a punch. Duan Qianyu's body suddenly spun, and he sat up in the air with his legs crossed. He put his palms together, and a fierce aura emerged from his body, as if a ferocious beast was roaring in his body. Roar! At the same time, his face turned extremely ferocious, and his body began to demonize inch by inch. He slammed his palms together in the air. Yunxiao's pupils constricted. He did not expect Duan Qianyu to have also cultivated soul battle techniques. Generally, in the soul-devouring sect, one had to either cultivate soul battle techniques or the soul-devouring flag. It was very rare to cultivate both, and what was even rarer was that he had cultivated them to a rather high realm. The beast roaring in his body was definitely a 9th-tier existence. Bang! The fist and the palm hit each other. Duan Qianyu's body trembled again. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying into the sky. "Humph! You're still a little resistant to a beating." The strength whale commander's face revealed a trace of ferocity, and he laughed cruelly. "Since that's the case, I'll tear you apart bit by bit and let all of you see it clearly." He suddenly felt that this was a good idea and could deal a blow to the morale of the humans. In a flash, he rushed forward. Duan Qianyu felt as if all the bones in his body had been broken. Some of them were even shattered. Before he could even take a breath, he was hit by a strong force. "Damned beast!" He let out a furious roar and waved the soul-devouring flag in his hairy hand. The world suddenly changed color as the golden soul slave flew up in an instant. Its mouth was so huge that it could swallow the sky and the earth. The soul slave's speed was slower, so it could not catch up with the strength whale commander's speed. However, Duan Qianyu ordered it to bite him directly, and suddenly the whole world was within the range of its mouth. This thing is a little troublesome." The commander of the strength whale, who was moving at high speed in the air, frowned. He appeared directly in front of Duan Qianyu, turned around, and threw a punch. Bang! Bang! With 2 consecutive explosions, the profound gold soul slave's mouth was instantly pierced through. It revealed a pained expression, but it quickly recovered and continued to bite. The commander frowned. This was the first time he had seen this thing, and he was a little scared. His figure flashed, and he was about to cross the huge hole. A cold look flashed across Duan Qianyu's face. He waved the soul-devouring flag a few times and changed the world. The soul flag was spread out and swept everything in its path. The commander's face suddenly changed, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes as he shouted, "You dare to show off your insignificant skills!" He clenched his hands in front of him, and a mass of air was grabbed and exploded on the spot. Countless air currents scattered and condensed into raging waves in front of him. After that, Commander Li Jing breathed out, and the Emperor Qi of the 9 heavens on his body mixed with the stormy waves. He suddenly opened his fists and turned them into palm force. Bang! 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 A large amount of air waves were blasted in all directions. The golden soul slave's face was twisted from the impact, while the strange phenomenon was suppressed, revealing the clear sky. Bang! Finally, The palm landed on Duan Chenyo's body and sent him flying again. Duan Chenyo's entire body was in excruciating pain. All his nerves seemed to have been paralyzed in an instant, and he could not even circulate his elemental energy. He had completely lost his ability to fight. The soul-devouring flag also lost control and fell from the sky. The golden soul slave escaped back into the flag and did not dare to appear again. A hint of killing intent flashed in the commander's eyes. He flew up with a whoosh and chased with a punch. Naturally, he would not let go of the opportunity to kill a high-level martial supreme of the human race. But how could Ning Huaishu, who was in the spectator stand, let him have his way? He said coldly, "Who will make him stay? I'll do it." This person's combat strength is at least at the peak of a 7-stars martial sovereign, Fu Yichuan said. His figure flickered and appeared in the sky, blocking the path of the strength whale commander. With one hand behind his back, the other hand grabbed the air. The space suddenly shrank under the force of his grab, as if a net had been pulled up. The figure of the powerful whale commander suddenly appeared, and a trace of shock and anger flashed in his eyes as he shouted, "You shameless humans, are you going to fight me one after another?" Fu Yichuan's face was old, so he naturally didn't mind the other party's sarcasm. He said indifferently, "This is a battle between two races, not a duel in the arena. Isn't it shameless for tens of thousands of you to attack my thousands of people?" The strength whale commander was at a loss for words and didn't know how to respond, could only roar and wave its fist again. Countless fist intents turned into strong winds and blasted out. The space was torn into pieces, and an all-conquering aura gathered and became stronger. Fu Yichuan's expression changed drastically. Even with his power as an 8-stars martial sovereign, he was still unable to suppress his opponent. Anger welled up in his heart. He took a step forward, and the entire world trembled. His foot had stepped on the frequency of the shaking of the world, borrowing the force to suppress the other party with the might of heaven. Bang! The aura gathered around the strength whale commander was directly crushed by the foot. Under the extreme pressure of the fist force, it made an ear-piercing hissing sound, causing the ears of countless martial artists to hurt. "Damn human! I'm not convinced." The strength whale commander roared loudly, and his body suddenly swelled up several times. His body seemed to have changed slightly, and he clenched his fist again. Fu Yichuan's grip loosened slightly under that punch. Anger appeared on his face as he said, "I was giving you a chance to be a prisoner, but you didn't cherish it. Don't blame me for killing you." His 5 fingers moved, and rays of green light flickered out, crisscrossing to form a large green net. It covered the sky, and the net had a green tail light on it. It was unusually sharp, and everywhere it passed, a large area of darkness appeared. All of a sudden, the space in front of Commander Li Jing distorted slightly, and the Devil Otter commander suddenly appeared. It extended its right fist and spread its 5 fingers. A slender finger blade directly cut through the air and struck the green net. A few lines of the net were immediately broken and torn apart. Then, the Commander Devil Otter stretched out its left hand again. It was still a few finger blades. A series of explosions rang out in the air, and the spatial shackles around the Commander Power Whale were cut open. "Let's go!" Commander Emoting let out a soft cry, then turned into a beam of light and fled. His movements were extremely sharp and smooth, without any sloppiness. A trace of hesitation flashed across the commander's face, but he followed closely. "You dare to look down on me, you can't be forgiven." Fu Yichuan's expression changed. He was an 8-stars martial emperor. If he let someone rescue her right under his nose, he would be too ashamed to show his face. "Stay!" He shouted loudly and made a hand seal with one hand. Golden symbols suddenly appeared on the long robe he was wearing, and they moved without any wind. His 2 long sleeves kept expanding, exuding extremely strong spiritual power. His sleeves were as hard as iron. Fu Yichuan formed hand seals with one hand and raised his other hand high. Runes similar to the ones on his robe appeared in the sky and pressed down on the 2 people who were escaping. Zhuang Shang smiled and said softly in the spectator stand, It's actually Universe Creator. I haven't seen Sir Ichuan in action for many years. This ultimate skill has reappeared and displayed its divine might. Ning Huaishu's eyes also revealed a look of praise, saying, "This move is best used to capture enemies." The Mo Ting and the Strength Whale commander were both shocked. Under the pressure of the strange symbols that filled the sky, they felt that it was difficult for them to leave this strange space no matter how they fled. The Strength Whale commander clenched his fists and punched at the void. The commander spread out its 10 fingers, and countless finger blades crisscrossed, trying to create a passage in this space. The two's attacks spread out, but it was like a stone sinking into the ocean, disappearing into thin air. The binding force around them became tighter and tighter. Despicable, despicable humans. Kill them! The Sea Tribe's martialists who had stopped behind him were all furious. They roared and charged forward again. All sorts of attacks rained down on Fu Ichuan, but none of them could get close to him. Sleeve of the universe! A cold glint flashed in Fu Ichuan's eyes. His sleeves fluttered, and all the attacks were absorbed into the runes in the sky. Suddenly, an extremely bright light appeared in front of them and quickly landed beside the two commanders of the sea race. A layer of green light spread out around the light, and then a layer of white light spread out. The white light spread out a layer of gold, and the sky suddenly enlarged. The figure emerged from it and walked out. Fu Ichuan's expression changed drastically. His world in the sleeve was a space of its own that could absorb everything and isolate everything at the same time, but the other party had actually walked in without a care. In his shock and anger, he took a step forward and attacked with his palm. The commander of the Strength Whale and Devil Otters were overjoyed when they saw this person. It was the commander of the Ugly Fish clan. He held a bright bead in his hand, which was constantly swallowing and spitting out green light. He was relying on this to break the world in the sleeve. "You guys go first," the Ugly Fish commander said coldly. He stepped out from the layers of light and drew a few runes in the air with his right hand. They formed a simple hexagonal symbol, which enlarged in front of him and shook out. Bang! The hexagonal pattern was shattered by Fu Ichuan's palm. Fu Ichuan's body paused for a moment, but in just a moment, he once again closed in. However, his expression was extremely unsightly. The Strength Whale and the commander of the Devil Otters had already disappeared from the layers of light. "Since you've risked your life to save them, you can stay here." A murderous look flashed in Fu Ichuan's eyes. A force exploded in his palm and shot down. The Ugly Fish clan's commander revealed a mocking smile and said, "You want to keep me? What right do you have to do this?" He stretched out his left hand, and the green pearl in his palm slowly rose a few inches. With a crack sound, it actually cracked, and countless cracks appeared, turning into fragments one by one, flying in the air in his palm. Those fragments of the pearl were like patterns, rolling up a storm, and suddenly the world changed color. Fu Ichuan's pupils contracted, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. He shouted as he struck with his palm. The entire heaven and earth phenomenon suddenly shattered under his palm, and the fragments of the vortex also broke apart and shot out in all directions. However, the Ugly Fish clan's commander had already disappeared, leaving behind only 2 faint words that reverberated in the air. Retreat! The sea race people were stunned for a long time before they came back to their senses and retreated backward. Fu Ichuan's face was so twisted that it looked like blood was about to drip out. The veins on his forehead popped out as he roared, "Kill, kill!" As one of the members of the Red Moon City Council, it was rare for him to be so furious. The human ancient martial art practitioners came back to their senses after hearing his roar. They immediately shouted and chased after the retreating sea race experts. They wanted to kill as many people as possible. Soon, they had chased for thousands of meters and killed more than 100 people before retreating. On the spectator stand, Ning Huaishu said, "Lord Ichuan, there's no need to be so angry. At least we've won this battle. The purpose of the battle has been achieved. We should be overjoyed." Everyone nodded in agreement. Fu Ichuan's face darkened and he said coldly, "I can't be happy about letting 3 7-stars martial sovereigns escape from me." Zhuang Sheng smiled. You don't have to blame yourself, my lord. These are the overlords of the East Sea. It's normal for them to have some life-saving means. It's against common sense if they die like this. His expression turned serious. After this battle, I'm even more suspicious of the sea race's strategy. It's very likely that they'll drag the battle to the entire East Sea. We can't delay the matter of Baichong City. Liao Yongbing and the other two martial supremes exchanged a look and said, "Since that's the case, let's go now." Zhuangxing nodded and said, "Go and come back quickly. Obtaining information is the main priority. Resisting the sea race is secondary. If something happens to Baichong City, help as much as you can, and return if you can't." Yes. The three of them accepted the order and left. Outside the city, the human race had won a big victory. They were returning with high spirits. However, they didn't feel as relaxed as before. Many of them felt heavy-hearted, as if they had realized that the war was not as simple as it seemed. Furthermore, many of their comrades had been killed or injured in this battle, and very few people had smiles on their faces. The level 1 teams were still fine, but the level 2 and level 3 teams basically had deaths of different levels. Not many teams could remain intact. When the Battle Blade team returned to the city wall where they had occupied it before, they were all filled with lingering fear, but they were more grateful to Yunxiao. If it were not for him taking care of them on the battlefield, the team would not have been intact. After each battle, the team leader would do a head count and check on the casualties before reporting to his superiors. Liang Yuanji returned very quickly with a serious expression. "Everyone get up quickly. We have a mission." Elder Yen was stunned for a moment. His face was filled with confusion. "The sea race is here again? Why didn't I hear the war drums?" The others were also confused and angry. They had just finished a battle and were all tired. How could they accept the mission? Liang Yuanji shook his head. "The mission this time is relatively easy. The risk factor shouldn't be too high. Our Battle Blade team will temporarily be under Lord Liao Yongbing's management. We'll go to Baichong City to carry out an investigation mission." A faint smile flickered on Yunxiao's face. As expected, they had come. Scouting in Baichong City? What's going on? Could it be that there's also a sea race there? Chun Zhongwei was confused, but his expression became more serious. Everyone seemed to have noticed that things were not as simple as they seemed, but to divide the troops to go to other places at such a tense time of war, they would not do this if there was no major event. Liang Yuanji said, "God knows. Anyway, this is a mission from the top. We can't go against it. We must carry it out. Everyone, follow me." Soon, more than 60 people gathered in the teleportation area. They were the 3 teams that the 3 martial sovereigns had personally appointed. To the Warblade team's surprise, one of the teams was Gan Wuqin's team. At this moment, there were only 15 or 16 members left, and it seemed like a few more had died. Besides, Gan Wuqin had been released at some point, and he was now staring at Yunxiao with hatred. If it were not for the restraint, he would have already pounced on Yunxiao and bitten him. Yunxiao just smiled indifferently. Of course, he would not take this kind of person to heart. And from the hatred in the man's eyes, it could be seen that he had suffered a lot. The other team was called Red Water. The name was a bit strange, but there were 19 people in the team, which showed that their strength was not ordinary. They had such a high survival rate in the previous tragic battle. The members of the Red Water team looked at the Battle Blade team with strange expressions, not understanding why they had an extra member, and most of their eyes were on Yunxiao. Liao Yongbing gave the third team an indifferent glance, then said without looking at Yunxiao, "From now on, each team will follow a lord and must obey his command. This mission is extremely important. If there's any mistake, we won't let you off easily." "Yes," everyone shouted in deep voices. They were not fools and naturally understood that unless something major was happening, it was absolutely impossible for them to split up and leave at this time. Liao Yongbing looked at the other 2 martial emperor powerhouses from the Red Moon City and said, "Do the 2 sirs have any other orders?" One of them was a member of the Ruan family, named Ruan Shichuan. He was a distant relative of the Ruan family. Because of his amazing strength, he had also entered the core of the family. The other person was a foreign dignitary, but he was also an old man of the Red Moon City. His name was Lechi. The two of them looked at each other and shook their heads. "You'll be in charge of this entire trip. The two of us are just assisting," Ruan Shichuan said. Liao Yongbing smiled and said, "If that's the case, let's go. I'll go with the members of the Battle Blade team." Since the teleportation formation could only teleport 20 people at a time, 2 people from the group were added to Gan Wuqin's group. However, the 2 of them were extremely unwilling and fought back with all their might, causing the 3 martial sovereigns to frown. This made everyone curious. What was so good about the Battle Blade team that they felt such a strong sense of belonging to it? In the end, they were only willing to split up when they were teleported, but they still looked unwilling. With the addition of Liao Yongbing, there were exactly 20 people. They stepped into the newly repaired teleportation formation and disappeared in a flash of light. What's going on? A moment later, everyone was transported out of the spatial tunnel. However, what they saw made them frown. The surroundings were barren, like a field, but looking forward, it was a mountain range. Everyone knew that there was a problem with the teleportation. What should we do now? Liao Yongbing frowned. He had never thought that there would be a teleportation error. It must have been because he did not repair it in a hurry after the Michaud was destroyed. He did not have the coordinates of Baichong City with him, so he lost his direction all of a sudden. He could not help but look at Yunxiao. After all, it was Yunxiao who had requested to go to White Surge City. "You've been in Haitian Town for so long," Yunxiao said with a frown. "Don't you even have the positioning astrolabe of the coastal cities?" Everyone was taken aback and looked at Yunxiao in horror. How dare he talk to Lord Liao Yongbing like that, and in such a harsh tone? They all broke out in cold sweat, wondering how Lord Liao Yongbing would punish them. To everyone's surprise, Liao Yongbing slapped his forehead and laughed. "I would have forgotten if you didn't mention it. The war has been too tough recently, and my memory has deteriorated." A green light flashed in his hand, and a square formation plate appeared in his hand. He then began to set the location. The members of the team all had their mouths wide open, secretly thinking that this lord actually had such a good temper. The formation plate glowed with light and began to display a realistic illusion. In an instant, the land, mountains, and rivers were all laid out before their eyes. The image displayed before them was none other than Whiterush City, and the surrounding scenery was vastly different from the one they were currently in. Liao Yongbing frowned and slapped the formation plate. A secret compartment opened, and a needle appeared, kept spinning and pointed to the south. "Mr. Feiyong, he's in the south," Liao Yongbing said. Yunxiao nodded. "Yes, let's go south. I don't know how far away we are. Shouldn't be far." The crowd sighed at the martial emperor's good temper. If it were any other Nine Heavens realm expert, they would have killed Yunxiao with one palm for being so rude. Liao Yongbing threw out a 7th-grade Golden Sun battleship, and everyone flew on it, heading south at full speed. He and Yunxiao went straight into the secret chamber, and the rest of the team stayed in the guest cabin. "Thank you, young Master Yunxiao, for saving me." When the two of them were alone, Liao Yongbing immediately bowed to him. He was truly grateful. Although he was a sly old fox and extremely shrewd, nothing was more important than his own life. He still knew how to repay the kindness of his savior. With a wave of his hand, Yunxiao lifted him up and said, "It's too serious. I was just reminding you in time. It was your own strength that allowed you to escape. If you were really in danger, I wouldn't have revealed my identity to save you." Liao Yongbing was shocked. Yunxiao's support was light and soft, but he could not resist it. Knowing that the other party's cultivation base must have improved a lot, he said, "That's for sure. Young Master Yunxiao's courage is beyond ordinary people's imagination since he dared to sneak into the sky-towering city at this time." With a wry smile, Yunxiao shook his head and sighed. "This war was more or less caused by me. I really feel guilty." Liao Yongbing couldn't help but be curious. Then, "Xiaohong Qianqian? I do know Xiaohong's whereabouts, but I can't return it to the Sea Tribe at the moment." Yunxiao interrupted. "So, in addition to Baiming Tianlu, I plan to go to the Palace of East Sea this time and completely solve the problem of Xiaohong. What? Liao Yongbing's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he exclaimed, You? You're going to Donghai Palace? Yun Xiao nodded with a solemn face and said, Xiaohong's identity is very special, and the people of the Sea Tribe are determined to get her. If we don't clear up the misunderstanding, I'm afraid the war between the two races will continue to escalate, which will be a disaster for the entire heavenly martial realm. But Ingluo Liao Yongbing stood there in a daze, unable to speak for a while. I hope we can go out to sea as soon as possible, Yun Xiao said. I hope the entire East Sea can resist the large-scale attack. The skyscraping city must be the core of the war along the East Sea. From your observation, how long can it be defended? He paused and continued. How long have you been guarding, Gugu? Liao Yongbing recovered from the shock and thought for a while before saying, As long as there are no 9 stars martial emperor experts attacking the city, we should be able to defend it for a while. That's good. Yun Xiao nodded. You can buy me more time. Moreover, the Red Moon City will never allow the skyscraping city to be breached. They must have some hidden cards that you don't know about, and they should be able to hold on for longer than expected. Liao Yongbing's heart sank. Young Master Yun Xiao, are you planning to go out to sea from Whitewash City? Yun Xiao nodded and said, The entire east coast has been sealed off. It's impossible to enter the sea from Haitian Town. Although there are traces of the Sea Tribe in Whitewash City, there are definitely more chances. Furthermore, we can avoid the Biming family and act on our own. This way, we will have less trouble. Liao Yongbing's expression changed slightly. He wanted to say something, but he stopped and frowned. Since we are on the same side, Yun Xiao gave him a look and said, You can just say what you want. Liao Yongbing let out a sigh of relief and said, What I'm worried about is actually very shallow, which is the safety of life and death. The older I get, the less I want to take risks, he said with a bitter smile. I can take the risk, but I don't dare to go to the current palace. Furthermore, if we cast off the Biming family, the road ahead will be filled with difficulties that you and I may not be able to handle. Yun Xiao laughed. Lady Yongbing, you have indeed lost your drive. Although the East Ocean is vast, there are not many people who can stop us if we want to leave. As for the matter of the palace, I can go alone. Liao Yongbing smiled wryly. He felt that there was indeed a huge difference in courage between him and Yun Xiao. In his heart, he still felt that it was inappropriate to leave the Biming family, so he was reluctant to answer. Yun Xiao was not in a hurry. It was still a problem to go out to sea now. If he could find a way, he would have no choice but to do what he was told when the situation forced him to do. Suddenly, the entire warship trembled violently, as if it had suffered an extremely powerful attack. The entire room was spinning as if it was about to fall. Their expressions changed drastically, and a trace of anger flashed across their faces. Who was so bold? Everyone rushed to the deck at once, while Yun Xiao teleported directly to the main control room. Some of the arrays had stopped working, and some of their parts had obviously been seriously damaged. He quickly cast an art to stabilize the warship. Then he rushed to the deck and saw that the sky was clear and no one was there. However, Liao Yongbing's eyes were sharp as he stared at a cloud in the sky and shouted, Who is it? Get out here. What's the point of hiding? Yun Xiao's pupils constricted as well. He immediately sensed that someone was hiding in the white cloud, and he had an extremely high cultivation base. Of course, the members of the Battle Blade team did not notice this, but they followed Liao Yongbing's gaze. Ha! It's Lady Yongbing, what a coincidence! A sinister and wild laugh came from the white cloud, and then a person slowly walked out of it. Liao Yongbing's face changed, and he said in shock, Michael, why is it you? He asked. The man was none other than Michael. He had a sinister smile on his face, and the murderous intent in his eyes was unconcealed. The heavens really have eyes. I can get my revenge so quickly. Liao Yongbing's heart sank. Mi Gaoyang's strength was above his, and even with Yun Xiao, they were no match for him. He said calmly, Lord Gaoyang, I don't know what misunderstanding there is between you and me that made you mistakenly think that I am an enemy. We're comrades who have gone through life and death together. Pa! Michaud's sinister smile immediately turned into a towering rage. He gritted his teeth and said, I had a great future in Red Moon City. I had access to countless resources for my cultivation. But it was all because of you. Because of you, I'm in such a sorry state now. I even want to rob a Golden Sun warship. But it's really heaven's will. The heavens have sent you directly to me. If I don't treat you well today, I'll really let down this heaven's will. Turned out that Michaud was planning to rob the warship. What a coincidence. Liao Yongbing was anxious. She didn't know where Ruan Shichuan and Lechi had been teleported to. If those two were here, they could definitely take down Mi Gaoyang, which would be a great achievement. He pretended to be calm on the surface and said, Lord Michael, you can only blame yourself for not cherishing this opportunity. You actually ran away at the last moment. Who can you blame? Why don't you follow me back to the skyscraping city now? I can plead with Lord Ning Huaishu on your behalf. On account of your previous outstanding military achievements, Lord Huaishu will definitely be lenient and even make up for your mistakes. Haha, what a joke. You sent me on a suicide mission and said I didn't cherish it. Michael said angrily. You deserve to die. You should have been the one to go on that mission. It's all your fault. His eyes were filled with ferocity, and his aura began to release as he walked down from the sky. Liao Yongbing's face changed slightly, but he still said calmly, Master Michaud, do you know why we are here? Michael's body trembled, and he stopped in his tracks. What's the matter? Liao Yongbing's eyes flashed with coldness. Naturally, we're here on Lord Ning Huaishu's orders to capture you. Otherwise, why would we come to this desolate wilderness? Mi Gaoyang's expression changed drastically. He immediately backed off for dozens of meters and became alert. He had the same thought in the beginning, but he did not see any movement from the other party. It was only Liao Yongbing, a marshal supreme, who showed up outside, that he became more courageous. He continued to ask for votes. You're lying to me. You're the only marshal supreme on this warship. Michaud warned carefully. Liao Yang sneered coldly. If that's the case, then what are you afraid of, Lord Mi Gaoyang? Or why did we teleport to this damn place? This was indeed what Michael was most afraid of. He could not think of anything else to do after being teleported to the wilderness. He said coldly, Since you're here to catch me, I'm right here. Come and catch me. Liao Yongbing looked calm on the surface, but he was extremely anxious on the inside. He had no idea where the other two martial supremes were. Moreover, it seemed like it was impossible for them to rescue the other two martial supremes in such a short time. It was not a good idea to delay. I'm not interested in catching you, Yunxiao said indifferently. I'll forget about the damaged warship just now. Get lost. Michael's eyes turned cold, and he said, Little brat, you're courting death. I wanted to kill Liao Yongbing and then take you under my command, but you can't live anymore. Standing in the distance, he did not dare to come forward. Instead, he shot out a beam of light as fast as lightning, killing an 8-stars marshal supreme in the blink of an eye. Even though Yunxiao had shown great courage in the war between the two races, he was only an 8-stars marshal supreme after all. Yunxiao turned his body slightly to the side and dodged the finger beam. Then, with a bang, he shot backward and pierced through the entire warship. What's going on? Mi Gaoyang was stunned for a moment. The speed of his finger beam was by no means something an 8-stars marshal supreme could dodge. And the strangest thing was that Yunxiao had turned his body very casually just now, without using any movement technique. The faces of the other teams changed dramatically. They were so scared that they became nervous as if they were facing a great enemy. Cold sweat was oozing out of Liao Yongbing's forehead, and he was anxious. He sent a voice transmission to Yunxiao. This man has the strength of a 6-stars martial emperor. We can't defeat him. Let's not provoke him anymore. To his surprise, Yunxiao turned a deaf ear to his words and took a step out of the air, walking toward Michael instead. His face turned cold as he said in a cold voice, Since you're courting death, no one can save you. When the members of the Battle Blade team heard that, They all fainted on the spot, their eyes wide open, wondering why Yunxiao was so stupid. Ha! Ha ha! I'm courting death? No one can save me. Michael threw his head back and laughed. After a few laughs, he looked at Yunxiao's face, which was as cold as frost, and his eyes flashed with killing intent as he said, "How cold? This joke is not funny at all." "Because it's not a joke," Yunxiao said. "It's not a joke," he said. "You," Michael scoffed, "an 8-star martial supreme." As soon as Yunxiao's aura spread out, his primordial energy exploded in the surroundings, and his cultivation base shot up in a straight line. 8-star martial supreme, peak 8-star martial supreme, 9-star martial supreme, peak 9-star martial supreme, and it was still rising. The members of the Battle Blade team were all shocked. They finally understood why Yunxiao's performance was so powerful, and why he was not on the same level as them at all. A martial sovereign of the 9 heavens. Liao Yongbing was also shocked. Although he had expected it when Yunxiao gave him support earlier, he could not hide his shock when he saw it in person. He had mixed feelings. This kind of cultivation speed was completely indescribable. Michael's pupils contracted and he said coldly, "No wonder he's so arrogant. He's been suppressing his strength. But even so, if you think you can kill me, you're too naive." Yunxiao did not say a word, but his aura was still rising. Soon, he had reached the peak of a 1-star martial emperor, and there was no sign of him stopping. Liao Yongbing gasped and was shocked. Is he not a 1-star martial emperor? How long has it been since the opening of planet Tianhuang? A light of advancement shone directly from Yunxiao's body, and a strange light appeared in the sky. The power of laws fell from the sky and was completely absorbed by him. He advanced on the spot. Everyone was stunned. After Yunxiao's aura rushed into the level of a 2-star martial sovereign, it gradually stabilized and did not rise any further. Michaud heaved a sigh of relief and laughed mockingly. "Haha! You've just stepped into the 2-star martial sovereign realm. You're quite talented, but that doesn't give you the right to be so arrogant. Today you'll pay the price for this." Without saying a word, Yunxiao waved his hand in the air, and a gust of cold air immediately spread out in the air, like snow falling for thousands of miles. Michaud was shocked to find a sword in his opponent's hand. The sunlight was reflected off the sword and turned into ice. Yunxiao held the sword in his hand, and the aura of a peerless expert vaguely burst out of his body like a dragon, which changed the color of the world. But in the eyes of the crowd, they thought it was the influence of the sword. "Good sword. It's really a good sword." Michael's eyes were filled with greed. He licked his lips and laughed. "You don't deserve such a good sword. Give it to me." He took a step forward and was about to snatch the sword. Yunxiao's eyes gradually turned cold, just like the cold air on the cold sword. Wherever he looked, it would almost be frozen. He waved the sword a few times in his hand, and the feeling of power was immediately restored. As he raised the sword high, the wind and clouds changed, and the whole sky darkened in an instant. A strange force spread out around the sword, and countless tiny ice crystals condensed around Yunxiao, making him look extraordinarily beautiful. Mi Gaoyang and Liao Yongbing trembled as they looked at the sword pointing at the sky in horror. They were both 9 heavens martial sovereigns who had comprehended the rules of heaven and earth, and they were the best among the mid-stage martial sovereigns. Naturally, they could feel the inexplicable power in heaven and earth, and their comprehension of the rules was getting weaker and weaker. What's going on? Michael was terrified. An indescribable fear spread in his heart. The inexhaustible power of the world was leaving him little by little, and he could not hold on to it. What demonic art did you use?" He suddenly let out a loud roar. He knew that if he continued to allow the strange phenomenon to continue, he would really be in danger. Suddenly, all his potential exploded, and a long sword that was as clear as green jade slowly appeared in his hand. Only when the blade was in his hand did he find a trace of security. 9 Springs Divine Blade. Rays of jade-colored chi bloomed from the blade. With a loud roar, it slashed out, splitting the sky and earth. Under the suppression of his opponent's sword momentum, Michaud launched his strongest attack in an attempt to drive away the endless fear. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he said softly, "Sorry, I'm in a hurry." "Sword slashes Starchin," he muttered. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone felt their minds go blank and almost lost consciousness. They only felt that the world was spinning, and the entire space was in a huge energy vortex. Their divine sense and strength were just a drop in the ocean, and they were completely out of their control. On the other hand, Liao Yongbing's cultivation was naturally not as high as the Warblade team's. He could clearly see the frost sword slashing down. However, he could sense that it was not just the frost sword, but the entire world that was slashing down. Under that force, the Michaud was annihilated without a doubt. Bang! The Jasper saber also broke into pieces, sending countless jade shards flying everywhere. It was destroyed on the spot. Stomp! Yunxiao turned and returned to the warship. "Let's go," he said. No one could come back to their senses. The strange color in the sky had not disappeared. A terrifying gray cloud was constantly rotating, and starlight flickered inside. From time to time, there was also a green light shuttling back and forth, not dissipating for a long time. The members of the Battle Blade team were already dumbfounded. Only Liao Yongbing looked up at the strange phenomenon in the sky. He felt his body turn cold, without a trace of warmth. Some divine martial techniques could create a certain phenomenon when they were performed under a powerful force. However, the whole world was thrown into chaos by that sword. Never mind seeing it, he had never even heard of it. He stood there in a daze, feeling at a loss. After a while, the divine ability phenomenon in the world slowly dissipated on its own, and the world returned to its original clear state. If it weren't for the fact that Michael's broken jade sword was still glowing on the ground, everyone would have thought that it was a dream. What did I just see? Liang Yuanji wiped the sweat off his forehead and said in a trembling voice, Lord Feiyang killed a 6-stars martial sovereign with one sword strike?" The rest of the people who were in a daze also quivered when they heard this, and they recovered from their endless blank minds. Chun Zhongwei swallowed his saliva and said, Heavens, heavens! What kind of person was he? What kind of existence was he? A high-level martial supreme. Only high-level martial sovereigns above 7 stars could kill a 6-star martial emperor with one move. It was impossible even for a peak rank 6 martial emperor. Gulp! The red-haired man swallowed with great difficulty. He felt that his throat was very dry and thirsty. He trembled in fear and said, We even provoked him and fought with him. The faces of Guan Xingyang and the other 8 stars martial venerable also changed drastically, and all of a sudden their faces turned pale. Don't worry, everyone, Liang Yuanji said. If Lord Feiyang wanted to find trouble with you, why would he still be here? Even 100 of you would be dead. Everyone was relieved when they thought of this. The rest of the people felt a little excited. They were extremely excited when they thought about how they had stayed with a high-level martial emperor for so long and even called him brother. Liao Yongbing's face also slowly regained its color. He shook slightly. He would not have been so shocked if Yunxiao was a high-level martial emperor. It was very normal for a high-level martial emperor to kill a mid-stage martial emperor with one move, but the key was that he only had the strength of a 2-stars martial emperor. Liao Yongbing smiled wryly and thought to himself that it was a good thing that he had not offended him in any way. Otherwise, this man would be too terrifying. If he was allowed to grow, he would definitely be the overlord of the world in the future and a martial sovereign. He couldn't help but admire Jiang Churin's foresight. The number 1 of the younger generation was indeed worthy. After sighing a few times, he walked into the cabin. Yunxiao had gone straight inside after the sword strike. No matter how heaven-defying he was, he must have suffered a great loss and was recuperating inside.